noci naipende così uli di sombranza e zu ita saluda antes di niga razzauzan malak estrezas durante todo el memu a no distancia como kupugi palu zaniman malak guafi ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata Gaigi, pues atan fanny bandera, kau esta pagua pumalapa, giluk tanu man libri, sentamiti. Man ko badi
Fanogi tamoru purita nota kantai matu nanyagi toru ilugat para i honra para i gloria Abiba isla sin para y honra, para y gloria, Abiba isla sin todo y tiempo y paz para kita dan gini ni langit na bendisyon Koncay peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon Koncay peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon
Osaina, Oaniti, Inumari, Amines Kuntan, Minale. Osaina, Oaniti, Inumari, Amines Kuntan, Minale.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information
What are the
you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Even when nothing is going your way, when the sun sets, don't get upset. So won't you to you what you wanna do in this lonely summer night. Just make sure that it's worth the while and that it feels alright. All good vibes. So won't you fly?
The record to beat is 15 seconds. Have you got it?
Wow, no pressure, no pressure.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. Good morning, Guam.
Dude, you are. Wait, sir, get a shot of that, Joe, sir. You are flushed. Wow. Well done. You need a couple moments. You seeing stars or what?
Yeah, hold on.
Okay.
Okay, good morning. Morning, Sabrina.
Now that's a
Morning.
professional right there. I that was like Celine Dion level.
Wow. Thanks, Jay.
His
That's-
eyes are watering.
Are they? No, I think my mask is just fogging up because I just got 20 seconds of my own breath.
23 actually.
Oh,
dude.
wow.
Yeah, so that's the new record, you know.
It's 6:27. It's Friday. Friday Business. Welcome to the link on the Breeze 93.9. My name is Chris.
I'm Jason. What's up, everybody? We have got it, man. You know what? Even if we didn't do any Zoom interviews today, we have a jam-packed show. We have so many segments. We have pre-produced features. We have stuff we want to show you guys. You know, wow, today is a great. And do you guys mind if I read this like really good?
No, Jay, take it away, bro.
Good comment right off the bat. Felicia Marie Dueña says, "Good morning, everybody from the Guam Memorial Hospital. Everyone," she says, implores the community, please do your part. We are trying our very best. Yes, we are frontliners," she writes, "but we are actually the last line of defense." And then she ends it very appropriately with a heart emoji. Felicia, thank you so much. Beautiful message. And yes, we love our frontliners. We support everybody, but everyone, the best way you can support them is do what you have to do.
Right now,
Take
bye,
the pressure
Felicia.
off.
Burn Flores writes in on our KWAM News Facebook live feed. Drop in your comments. Good morning. She writes, Havade, good morning. Tato Guan, Tato Lagu, Tato KUAM, Bree, Chris, Jason, Nestor, Mananasi Julius, watching from the beautiful village of Inalahan. Happy
Nice.
Friday.
DMS Marbibi says, Happy Friday and be safe, Guam. It is raining cats and dogs from Dina and NCS.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, like look at outside. So that means if it hit NCS a couple minutes ago, we're gonna get it momentarily. Yeah, it's dark already.
Thanks for the heads up, NCS.
We have a check-in shout-out from a part of Texas we have never gotten love from before, Kingwood, Texas. I don't
Wow.
even know where Kingwood is.
I don't either.
Let me look that up.
Good morning, Texas. Chamarita Rages, Sin City in the house. Biba Betness, Happy Ghoulies, Goblins, and Gwendis Dwindis.
Nice.
Eliza Anderson writes, good morning, all. How about our top fan Tuesday, Debbie Davis? Good morning, Sabrina, Chris, Jason, Joser, and all on Guam. If trick-or-treating this weekend, stay safe. All love from hashtag Mama Bear.
Thank you, Mama Bear. Okay, Kingwood, Texas is actually a 14,000 acre in northeast Houston. Nice.
All right, now
Hi,
we know.
Kingwood.
Jamie Lynn Marie Lazama writes, good morning, Guam. How about Bev Test, Jay Solis, Havade Familian, KUAMs, and Toto Guam, Biba Betness.
Jean Cepeda writes, Biba Jueves only in Lacey, Washington, and Buenas from Piga Machinao.
Wow. Aaron Redoble writes, yeah, it's Friday. Good morning. Jamie Lynn Marie Lazama writes, good morning. Smiley face, heart emoji.
Burn Flores writes, watching from the beautiful village of Inalahan. Happy Friday. Be safe. Have a great weekend.
Todd Cookman is saying hello from Fort Collins, Northern Colorado. There are a lot of Chamorros that are out in Fort Collins. You know,
Right.
When we were doing Familiar Faces, remember that segment way back and everything? We'd always get pictures from Fort Collins. Good
That was
morning.
pre-Instagram.
Yeah.
Yeah. We
Ja-
were doing Familiar Faces way before social media became like a thing. And that
Yeah.
was your idea, Brie. You're like, how about if people just like email us pictures? I mean, it took us like, 2.5 hours every day to just do, but
Yeah.
it was really cool.
Yeah, it's another one of Bree's ideas, how she bridges communities, rooted in Guam who are living around the world, gives them that shine back here at home. Jerry Flores writes, good morning, Chris. That's a good way to test for COVID. How long was that, 20 seconds? John Bucat, good morning, Guam, Chris, Jason, and Sabrina. I hope you have a positive and great day from beautiful Inalahan.
Raymond Jesse writes, good morning, Pipeline Bandit.
Pipeline.
Oh, wait, which pipeline though?
Yeah,
'Cause
you gotta be specific in the Pacific.
there's a Stumbo pipeline, there's Agana Heights pipeline, which I'm a little bit more partial to because I grew up in Agana Heights.
Kind of partial to that pipe in Agani Heights. Jay?
Line. Hey, Agana Heights pipeline, that is a great hike. Nobody talks about Agana Heights as a place to go hiking, but if you go hiking at Agana Heights pipeline, man, that's a fun day. Roberto Fraccassini, another one of our top fans. Signore, I don't think you're going to be able to take your morning run this morning because it's getting kind of dark out there.
Unless you run sideways so the rain doesn't hit you. What do we got here? Jamie Marie Lazama Gizetnia in the house. Jotnia.
Hey!
Ruth Pablo Gagnon writes, Hafide Guam, please stay safe. Larry Flauta writes, Kingwood is in northeast Houston.
Yep.
Okay.
Jose Rafael Luberas writes, hola Guam, saludos, hi.
Orderly.
Nice. Oh, wait, was that actually high as in hello? I thought it was high as in Hawaii.
Could be.
Because it was capital. I don't know. You're probably right. It's probably high.
How about Vay Alexander Luzama writes, good morning all. Y'all be safe. Have a safe weekend, guys. Rosa Chapfris. I like that. You can't get any more Chamorro name than that. See, Chai Chapfris. Good morning, Guam.
What is your favorite Chamorro name when you're like doing the news or you're broadcasting to pronounce on the air? Just because it's
Maguaduk.
Magwad. Oh, should we
Oh,
tell
no,
the story
you
about
know.
Sabrina thought it was
God.
Maggle Dog
No, because I got it. It was a breaking story.
and it just came in.
And somebody wrote it down on a piece of paper,
Wow.
and I couldn't read the writing. I wonder who
Yeah.
wrote it, and so I just went with it, and I mispronounced it. So
I've always enjoyed saying Akeninuk.
Yeah, that's a fun one to spell, too.
Yeah. Tenpahago is also
Tenpahago,
like,
yeah.
Tenpahago is a challenge if
Yeah.
you're in the
How
moment.
about the Atalig?
Yeah, is it Atalig or Atalig?
It's both.
Okay, you know
Depends
which one
on where you are.
Which one I
Wow.
always get wrong? Is it Aflegi?
Um,
F,
Is it?
Aflagi?
No, you know it's not F. Are you talking about Afjahi?
yeah, or
Yeah,
Afjehi?
yeah, it's Afjahi.
You, I mean, it's like Andrea, Andrea.
It's not a Fledge
Okay, there.
or a Ekfali. Or Barkanass was my favorite mispronunciation of a
Barkanass?
Chamorro.
Really?
Yeah, Barcinas?
Barcinas, yeah. Wow.
Yeah, my uncle was in the Marines. They're like, hold on, Barkanass! Talk out of your butt.
Well, everybody, and Bree, you probably get this, from your maiden name. How many times have you been called Salas?
a lot.
Not Salas.
in Oklahoma, a lot.
Yeah.
How about Matanane?
No, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, because the Spanish word salas means living room,
Really?
but then everybody says salas. I don't know why.
It does?
Yeah, living room.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't know that.
Yeah. Annie Mendiola writes, Hafide Guam. Patricia Ann Attilig writes, Utsan Mungluk, Nahaani Yat, rain and wind all over. And we're getting Landon Idlet from the National Weather Service.
Oh, here he is. Actually.
Coming up here as we get ready to start the show at 6:34. Guys, it's Friday, the 30th day of October, the year of our Lord 2020 in ordinary time. And also San Antonio, Texas checking in with Michelle Villacorta. Rain on, happy and good morning, happy Friday. Nick Marlene Legaspi writes, oh man, raining in Mungie Town. Happy Friday, KUAM crew. Stay safe. This is the link, by the way. I'm Chris, Sabrina Solis, Mentanani. We have Jason Solis. We have Joe Sir running the cams over here. And good morning to our viewers on KUAM TV. Good morning on you. It's finally Friday this week, just every week, this whole year. And the show is proudly brought to you by Carrier at 647 Cool, the Thrive Coalition, where today we've got a great treat for you guys. Remember, every Friday we give you a little morning chessa of the One Micronesia podcast. And so this one, Bree, Vic is able to catch up with some very familiar faces.
Really?
This is what we in show business call a really, really good get. Like, I know you guys have been asking ever since we started doing One Micronesia podcast. We've introduced you to so many members of our Micronesian family, not just Guam, but, like all, throughout the FSM. He finally got, and he's been working on this for a while, he finally got the kids from Chip.
Yay!
Yeah, so we're going to have a little KFC for breakfast, guys, with Victorious Falon and the One Micronesia podcast. And it's brought to you by the Thrive Coalition, where we remind you it takes a whole village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. All right, so it's Friday, 6:36. Lots coming up on the show for you guys today. We're supposed to get public health here. Usually every Friday we get Annette Uggan of public health and Dr. Ann, the state epidemiologist. Dr. Lombard's coming on to talk stats and, COVID. Wow, 9 months and I finally said COVID wrong. So we'll get Dr. Lombard in here. We're going to get Dr. Dr. Michael of the Physicians Advisory Group. They had a meeting last night, so we'll talk about that. We've got our Decision 2020 candidate interviews this morning. And then we're also going to catch up with Sean Flores, who's got a cool story here. He's an intern over the district court, getting his schooling in the nation's capital, and just really seems like an exceptional young man. So we want to bring him on and kind of have him share a story with you guys at 6:37. Let's get into the news now with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Sabrina Salas Matanani.
Today, Guam recorded another COVID-related fatality. According to the Joint Information Center, a 76-year-old woman died yesterday morning at the Guam Memorial Hospital, marking the island's 78th COVID-related fatality. According to the JIC, she had underlying health conditions, was admitted to GMH on October 22nd after testing positive for the virus at GRMC. The numbers still haven't gotten any better. Out of 721 samples, 83 returned positive for COVID. This brings Guam's current COVID case count to 4,549 people infected with the virus since March. There are 1,835 people actively fighting COVID, while more than 2,600 people have recovered. Of the 83 new cases, 12 were identified through contact tracing, 2 reported recent travel from the U.S. mainland and were identified in government quarantine. As for hospitalizations, 78 COVID patients are at GMH, 12 receiving ICU level of care, while 4 are on a ventilator. At GRMC, there are 3 COVID patients, with 1 in ICU on a ventilator. At Naval Hospital, there are 4 COVID patients, with 1 in ICU. And as hospitalizations continue to rise, NAVFAC Marianas announced, in conjunction with local and federal government officials, they've completed a vital project at GMH 10 days ahead of schedule to accommodate COVID patients. Teams from NAVFAC Marianas, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, FEMA, Public Health, the Guam National Guard, and contractor Hensel Phelps worked to convert several rooms at GMH to care for acute infectious COVID-19 patients. The completed project will provide more patient isolation rooms, assuring a cleaner and safer working environment for hospital patients, staff, and visitors. Work included the installation of air conditioning and ventilation equipment, ductwork, pressure indicators, and refrigeration to achieve 7 negative pressure capable rooms, and the construction of an electrical distribution to supply 43 dedicated circuits for medical equipment in 21 rooms. NAVFAC Marianas Deputy Operations Chief Manny Guam says this project underscored one of the most rewarding assignments for the NAVFAC Marianas team in terms of mission criticality, inner service and stakeholder partnership, innovation, and collaboration. He adds completing 10 days ahead of the 44-day schedule is proof that we succeeded and overcame the challenges working with an operating hospital faced with many unforeseen site conditions. Meanwhile, the Department of Youth Affairs reports 2 additional residents have tested positive for COVID, bringing the total number of residents who have tested positive out of the Youth Correctional Facility to 10. And that's not all. Another officer has also tested positive. This now brings the total number of officers at DYA who have been infected with COVID to 6. 1 has since been cleared to return to duty, while 5 remain in isolation. With more headlines, here is Peter Santos.
And good morning, everybody. I'm Peter Santos with your headlines here on The Link. Draft regulations are coming down that are expected to add more teeth to the enforcement of social distancing directives. Wednesday, the governor not only extended the public health emergency for another month, but also exercised her authority to fast-track the implementation of new rules that will impose hundreds, if not thousands of dollars in fines for violators. Here's more.
In her latest order, the governor noted that since she imposed her stay-at-home directive, the police have had to respond to more than 3,300 violations of social gathering and social distancing. Public health spokesperson Janela Carrera acknowledges they've received plenty of complaints.
For the past several months, we've really just been kind of going at it little by little, just sort of encouraging people to follow the executive order.
Apparently, public health will go from merely encouraging compliance to more serious enforcement. It will soon release draft rules and regulations that will allow it to come down much harder on violators of DPHSS directives.
And it does include a proposal to levy fines for those who are not in compliance with the executive order. And so in the draft rules and regs, it has a scaled version of fines.
The fines will range from $100 up to $1,000 for individuals and from $1,000 to $10,000 for businesses. Meanwhile, to fast-track the process, the governor has invoked the Emergency Health Powers Act and suspended rulemaking procedures. In short, it allows public health to shortcut the typical process for new rulemaking under the Administrative Adjudication Act.
If we go the normal route of the AAA process, by the time we get that done, that could really take a while.
But Republicans, including Senator Jim Moylan, have seized on the AAA suspension. The GOP in a news release comparing it to a dictatorship, and Moylan introducing a new bill to impose more checks and balances under the Health Powers Act.
Meanwhile, Carrera says they do plan to hold a public hearing on the still unreleased rules, and Adelup Press Secretary Crystal Paco San Agustin says that hearing could come as early as this weekend. Yes, free COVID-19 testing is available for both the insured and uninsured. Public health spokesperson Janela Carrera sought to clear up some confusion, saying the test itself is free, but for some with insurance, a fee might be assessed depending on the situation.
If you go into clinics that are Tier 2 clinics that do not have the Abbott machine, and say you have health insurance coverage, it's still at no cost to the patient, but there may be a clinical assessment that's done to the patient, particularly if they have symptoms, if they're symptomatic. There may be a charge for that. Now, if you have health insurance coverage, then the health insurance provider may be billed, and then there may be a copay for that. If you don't have health insurance, typically what the provider, the clinic will do is, they'll ask the patient up front, do you have health insurance? And if you don't, they'll send you to public health, and public health will take those patients.
Carrera says the bottom line is they want people who feel they have symptoms to come in and get tested. The Tier 2 clinics that have the test equipment include American Medical Clinic, Guam Medical Care, and One Love Pediatrics. Mark Torrey Jr.'s trial moved forward with Chief Prosecutor Basil O'Malley calling up government witnesses to testify. This is the government's second attempt to convict Torrey for the 2015 fatal shooting of fellow police officer Albert Piolo. He faces negligent homicide and aggravated assault charges. Police officers who reported at the crime scene testified what they observed that day. GPD officer Joseph Edkalani.
Notice Mark Torrey Jr. was holding Bert in his arms. Bert was faced toward Mark Jr. and he was shirtless. I observed what appeared to be a gunshot wound to the right side of his chest, just a little bit below the armpit.
Throughout the day, more officers provided testimony regarding various items of evidence that were taken into custody. This includes samples of gunshot residue and the gun holster. Trial continues today. That's the news for now. We'll see you at 6 tonight.
He tested negative for COVID-19, but Congressman Michael San Nicolas on Facebook says he has viral pneumonia and is voluntarily isolated in the government isolation facility at the Bayview Hotel. Quote, while still negative, we don't want to take any chances among the public with these symptoms. Although the government isolation facility is for patients who test positive for COVID-19 and whose home is not suitable for isolation, according to Governor Lou Leon Guerrero's chief policy advisor, Carlo Branch, quote, you can have a negative test, but if chest films show viral pneumonia and oxygen level is low, you'll be diagnosed as a clinical COVID-19 patient. Branch suggests, however, that proper protocols may not have been followed for the congressman to be admitted into the isolation facility. Quote, it is my understanding that upon verbally communicating to the congressman's sister-in-law that he may be a clinical positive for COVID, his sister-in-law, who is also a nurse at the isolation facility, endorsed his request for admission, and he was admitted without a known positive test or documents to prove it. That was from Carlo Branch. That's what he told KUAM. KUAM is waiting for a response from public health on this possible breach in protocols. But we are going live now where we do have Congressman San Nicolas in our Zoom room. Congressman, Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Are you still at the Bayview? It doesn't appear that you are.
I wasn't even at the baby for 4 hours when doctors admitted me into GMH. You know, this Carlo branch is just revealing the consistent politics of him and Underwood and Lou and everybody else who'll throw doctors and nurses and sick people under the bus just to try and carve out whatever political message they can to try and win elections and take power and do whatever it is that they want to do with money and just leave people behind. And, you know, my COVID diagnosis is still uncertain, but I'm very clearly unwell. They're trying to figure out the COVID diagnosis situation. But, you know, my doctor, Dr. Nguyen, who's Lou's COVID chief, was the one who told me I needed to be in isolation and monitored. And the only place where you get isolation and monitoring that doesn't take up a bed in the hospital was the isolation facility. And so I made the choice to try and be in the isolation facility so I'm not inundating this hospital. And when I was there, the doctors said, you know what, your situation, regardless of whether the test has been conclusive, your situation needs to be in the hospital. So I'm here now. So, you know, I don't understand when's enough with these people. When's enough with these people?
Congressman, I mean,
Do you have an answer for that, Bree? When's enough with these people?
I can't
You gotta
even
be
tell
sitting in
you.
the hospital with the monitors about to go off. When's this gonna stop?
Yeah, and that's why I felt it was important that we reach out to you, because these are pretty serious allegations about you reaching out to your sister-in-law and allegedly bypassing protocols for admission.
Nothing was bypassed. I called somebody who is responsible for admissions into ISO. And when I explained to her that my doctor, Dr. Nguyen, the COVID chief, said that I have clinical COVID, she made the right call. And she said, you know what, you can't be out in the public and you need to be monitored. And so the National Guard was dispatched to pick me up. I was transported back in their secured transport. I went in. I was given my forms that I needed to sign, and it wasn't by her. I didn't even see her when I arrived. I saw 3 different isolation staff, and I filled out the necessary paperwork, and I properly went into isolation the way my doctor required of me. And so what? Because there's an election, I can't listen to my doctor. I can't call for help. I can't be seen by medical professionals. Is it wrong now that I'm in GMH? Can Carlo Branch call in and say it's wrong that I'm in GMH because I didn't get here under the proper protocol? What's wrong with these people? Can somebody on Guam answer what's wrong with these people?
so you didn't call
And if
your
he's the chief policy advisor and his policy is to throw doctors and nurses under the bus and sick people all the way into their graves, then that policy advisor needs to resign if he's a representative of this administration.
So, Congressman, you deny these allegations that you called your sister-in-law to get in the ISO fact then?
I didn't call my sister-in-law, Chris. I called a medical professional who works in the isolation unit, and she's my sister-in-law. But she didn't break any rules, Chris.
So you did call your sister-in-law. I mean, obviously, I feel all that's kind of moot. I mean, you're sitting here in the hospital. Obviously, you're sick. So could you walk us?
Maybe we should look into whether I'm related to anybody here at GMH and find out if they did something wrong, or we can make it look like they did. And me sitting in a bed of monitors is something that's not supposed to be happening.
Can you tell us a little bit about the?
You know, when I went to high school, I went to FD, and that's in the village of Mangilao, and AMC is in the village of Mangilao, and Dr. Nguyen clinic is in Mangilao, and maybe there's something wrong with me being here because I went to school in Mangilao. The hell's wrong with you people?
Is there anything else, Congressman St. Nicholas, that you'd like to say?
No, okay.
Evidently not.
Congressman, was there? No.
No,
No, he hung up.
yeah.
Oh. All right. So that was Congressman Michaelson Nicholas. He did go to the isolation facility. His doctor advised him to go to the government isolation facility. He said he filled out the paperwork, but not even 4 hours. He was admitted over at the Guam Memorial Hospital, and so our prayers are with him, and we hope that he is doing okay. We do have an update now on Public Health's draft rules and regulations that will allow them to issue fines to people violating the governor's executive orders and public health guidances and directives. A virtual public hearing on the draft rules and regs has been scheduled for tomorrow, Saturday, October 31st, from 2 to 4 p.m. via Zoom conference. A second public hearing will be held on Wednesday, November 4th, also from 2 to 4 p.m. over Zoom. According to the draft rules and regs for individuals, the first offense is a $100 fine, second offense is $250, and third offense and each additional violation thereafter, it's $1,000. For businesses caught violating executive orders and public health guidances, it's $1,000. The second violation, $2,000. For a third offense and each additional violation thereafter, it is $10,000. Again, the first public hearing is tomorrow on Halloween Day from 2 to 4 p.m. via Zoom. Once we get the link, we will pass it along. And now we're going to head back into our Zoom room for a look at your weather and what we might be expecting over the holiday weekend. Here is Landon Idolette. Good morning, Landon.
There we go. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, good. How are y'all doing today? Yeah, we're watching a lot of weather coming into the island this morning. We just woke up a little while ago. We saw some showers and thunderstorms pushing quickly across the island. Right now, I'm just outside of our front door here at the weather office. It's starting to look a little bit better, but we had to issue a severe thunderstorm warning just a half hour ago for that heavy weather that just moved over the island shortly. We were seeing some wind gusts upwards of over 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts at Anderson Air Force Base just a little while ago. We didn't have quite that strong here. We were between 30 and 35-mile-per-hour wind gusts with those heavy showers that just pushed over. It's starting to lighten up just a little bit. We're going to see that trend over the next couple hours, but we're going to see more showers developing across the islands later today. I'm walking back to my office right now to show you what we're looking at. We're dealing with that tropical depression as it comes towards Guam this morning. That was upgraded to a tropical depression 23W or Atsani overnight around 1 o'clock this morning. And we're still looking at a passage south of Guam. Now we're looking at a passage later tonight, early Saturday morning. So things have been speeding up just a little bit. It's just getting better organized. It's still a broad, disorganized depression, but it's still inbound in our direction. And that's what we're concerned about. So this is the heavy weather we just saw moved over island. So if you were asleep, it might have waken you up with those strong wind gusts and the heavy showers. That's pushing on towards the west with a heavy shower now just off of Tumon and northern Guam. We see this broad shield of light to moderate rain with embedded heavier showers. This is going to be the theme for the next probably 12 to 18 hours with improvement through the day on Saturday. I'm going to flip over to the satellite here and show you the broader picture. That's our disturbance. It's centered down here near that big mass of deep convection, the showers and thunderstorms there. And it was moving north at 14 miles per hour early this morning. We're expecting it to turn toward the northwest and then on to the west-northwest, again, keeping to our south. That's the key in our communications and how we're going to work this system, because we expect those strongest winds to keep well to the south. It'll probably be bumped up to a tropical storm intensity, probably very shortly or later this morning. So we're going to soon be dealing with tropical storm Atsani. That's going to be later today. Again, the strongest winds we expect to keep just south of Guam. Guam's right there. We expect it to pass just south of Guam in the coastal waters, but we're going to see some showers, gusty winds, isolated thunderstorms through the day, hazardous seas and surf. We're going to be dealing with a number of marine advisories as we go through the day. So even though we currently have no watches or warnings in effect, we're going to be seeing some changes through the day as we see how this thing tracks onward. Our next public advisory will be going out by 8 o'clock this morning. So stay tuned to local weather forecasts and updates because things will be changing as we go through the day. It's going to be a bumpy next 18 hours. So as far as damages and expectations, definitely looking at a tent, canopy, and political campaign sign event. So if you have tents and canopies set up in your yard or your business, make sure they're heavily secured and or take them down because they'll be taking a beating as this system passes through our region today. So again, compared to yesterday, we're looking at an earlier passage instead of through the day on Saturday. It looks like it's going to be early Saturday morning. So Halloween night may not be all that bad as the system gets on through the region, but the next 18 hours will be bumpy. It's going to be noisy out there, especially when the heavier showers pass through. So do expect that. Do expect heavy showers from time to time with gusty winds, probably upwards of about 40 to 45 mile per hour wind gusts. Stay tuned to our Facebook page, also our webpage, weather.gov/GUM, G-U-M, because we're going to be updating our forecast through the day as this thing proceeds. The goal is we want this thing to make that turn towards the northwest and keep well to our south. But if it deviates any farther north, that could bring stronger conditions to Guam and the coastal waters.
I mean, obviously, you join us every Monday for the show. You're always, really up tempo, fun-loving guy. But obviously, we got your A game now, and you're tracking this, and you're very, very serious. We do have a announcement for our community. There will be a heavy weather briefing that Landon and his colleagues will be hosting at 9 a.m. and this is kind of like standard fare for when weather systems threaten us. Will the community be able to avail of that information, Landon? Like, will it be live streamed off of your page, or are you allowing the media to live stream that, third party?
Yeah, we probably will not be live streaming on the National Weather Service Facebook page.
Okay.
I'm not sure what the plan is on the Guam Homeland Security side of things, but that is, again, heavy weather brief at 9 o'clock. And we had planned this yesterday morning, more so just for general awareness information because we're going into the weekend. So we wanted everybody to be maximum aware of the situation, not to scare people, not to say there's a typhoon coming, but we're going to be dealing with some rough weather through the region over the next 18 to 24 hours. So that's the key to this. Make sure everybody is aware, gets that communications because it's going to be bumpy out there. It's not going to be sunny and calm out there. It's not going to be an easy Friday afternoon through Saturday morning type scenario. It's going to be bumpy. It's going to be noisy from time to time with showers and gusty winds.
Wow. Landon, we just had you on yesterday, and it was you showed us the 4 models going south. How did we accelerate to where we're at so quickly?
Yeah, that's what happens with these developing situations. And as a meteorologist, these are the worst of the situations. Any day I'd rather deal with a well-formed typhoon well to our east because you can watch that, track it, and you have a better consistency of model runs and forecasts as it tracks through the region. But in these developmental situations, when you're dealing with a broad disorganized mass like this, the spin up and the consolidation, that takes time because sometimes it spins and it's not getting its act together. Once it starts to consolidate around a low-level circulation, that's when things start strengthening. That's when the motion begins, and we can get a better feel for where it's going to track, when it's going to track, and its intensity. So these are the things that we look out for as far as forecasting this stuff. And the models are updated every 6 hours. So every 6 hours with more data and observations, things get adjusted just a little bit. So it looks like the European model was handling the timing the best, but it seems like the GFS, the American model, was handling the intensity better. And so we have to weigh those things when we're looking at the numerical model output. And so our goal is to make sure we have the best possible forecast and make sure people are prepared for all the various contingencies. And that's one of the goals of the heavy weather brief this morning. Make sure the government's ready, the public's ready, and that we communicate the latest information available. So stay tuned to things at the 9 o'clock hour as we start communicating our expectations and how we want to really work the system. Again, the key is that this thing will eventually turn toward the northwest. If not, and it continues farther toward the north, we could see stronger conditions developing this evening and overnight. So don't turn your back on this one yet.
Well, thanks, Landon.
Yep. Y'all have a great day.
Can we just have a minute here? Hold on. There's a lot going on this morning.
Yeah. So are you participating in the heavy weather briefing? Are you going to be doing the same presentation to Guam Homeland and OCD?
Yeah, I'll be there at Heavy Weather Brief. I'll be delivering that Heavy Weather Brief, and I'm actually working on my slides, my presentation for that over the next hour and getting that to them shortly. So I'm going to be looking at some of the latest information, see where this thing's tracking. I'll be making a series of phone calls and seeing exactly where this thing is, how it's evolving over the last several hours since I came in earlier this morning, and see what we expect the next 18 hours.
Okay, so it's because it's always changing. I'm sure we'll be checking in with you,
Yeah.
the news team, a little later
Maybe
today.
we should check in with you by the end of the show, and if anything changes in 4 hours.
If I'm available,
I'll
message
he's got
you.
his
Yeah.
operations center.
Right.
Color operations floor, and we're having all hands on deck right now to watch this and monitor it.
Wow. So that's how serious
so we'll
you
have
guys are
guys
taking it.
over here.
Okay.
Yeah, it's standard operation for these tropical systems when they're coming through. We have different threats, different worries and concerns with the gusty winds, the showers. Again, we're not looking at a major rain potential. And actually, some of the models are showing more rain for Tinian and Saipan over the next 24 hours. So the symmetry, again, it's very asymmetric. It's very disorganized system. So the effects will be across many of the Mariana Islands. But exactly what you affect, what you feel, what you're experiencing, it's going to be more localized and micro scale. So we're going to be feeling this is going to be bumpy over the next 18 hours, but it's not going to be a typhoon. We're not looking at significant conditions overnight. So that's the good news.
All right. Thanks, Landon.
Thanks for raining on our Friday parade. Well, it's been storming for
Y'all
months
have a
now,
great
right?
morning.
Yeah. Thank you, Landon. Appreciate it. God bless. Be safe. This is what they train for over there at the National Weather Service.
And again, there has been a heavy weather briefing that has been announced for 9 o'clock, and we're going to have that there. And then, like Landon said, it is going to be available in some way if the public would like to avail of it. And since we'll be on the air at that time too, we'll be watching on the side, and we'll let you guys know what comes out of that.
Bree, is today the last day for voting at GEC?
Yes, it is.
So
Today is
we'll
the
get a hold
last
of Maria
day.
and find out if that is going to affect it. Are we still going to finish news? There's a lot going on. We have Policy Director Carlo Branch out of Adelup on the phone. We got Father Paul standing by. I know there was a national story, but
Yeah, but we can go ahead and go to Carlo Branch.
okay, let's go ahead and go to Carlo Branch on the phones here. Carlo, of course, the Policy Director for Adelup. And can you kind of go over the statement we got last night, Bree?
Sure. I was asked by other media, and I believe Crystal was asked by QAM regarding the circumstances relative to the entry of Delegate Nicholas to the secure isolation facility, as he declared on his Facebook page. So based on that disclosure, I guess media had certain questions about how a non-known positive entered a secure COVID positive isolation facility. And based on the information we were able to gather at the time, it appeared that the congressman verbalized to a nurse at the isolation facility, who also happens to be his sister-in-law, that his doctor believed him to be a COVID clinical positive, which means you do not have enough viral load to trip a test, but you allegedly meet the criteria for clinical diagnosis of COVID. So based on that, the nurse or sister-in-law apparently said, yes, you can enter, and the endorsement was signed by her, apparently, or at least permitted by her, and he was allowed to enter, which became known to the public as a result of his Facebook post.
Yeah, I don't know if you got to see the brief interview of the congressman that we just had, but he basically called you out and said, oh, this is politics, Carlo Branch, Robert Underwood. They just don't know when to stop. When is it going to be enough with
When
these
is
people?
enough? And he also called for your resignation.
It wouldn't be the first time Congressman Nicholas has called for somebody's resignation, so I'm probably in decent company. The one thing I would say is we were asked a factual question, and we gave a factual answer. There was no politics involved in it, though I can understand that a few days before the election, everything is colored with politics. But I think you and I can both recall prior circumstances in which other individuals garnered entry into a government facility, allegedly for quarantine or isolation, and they were called to bear before the public as to why that happened, and we were called to bear before the public as to how we permitted that to happen. So I don't think that this is anything different or political. And with all due respect to my friend Congressman Nicholas, I hope he gets better, but this has nothing to do with politics. The only reason we're even aware of the situation was because he decided to put it on Facebook.
Okay, Carlo, we did ask the congressman. Well, I did ask him anyway. So, did you call your sister-in-law? And he said no. He called a healthcare professional who was his sister-in-law.
Sounds like lipstick with a pig on it. Still happens to be a pig. And just in case for those people who want to take that metaphor out of context, what I mean is simply, obviously, it just happens to be a fact. And I don't know why he would be defensive about it, except that he acknowledges that may present a conflict. And, you know, that is my personal speculation. Obviously, anytime an isolation unit or the protocols by which you enter are violated or placed in a gray area, there's a review that occurs, and I'm sure that review is occurring now. But the reality of the situation is whether for personal disclosure, fun, entertainment, or political reasons, the congressman volunteered this information to Facebook. Media asked questions, as did the public. We answered them to the best of our ability. I'm sorry that the facts paint him in an unfortunate light.
What do you make, though, of the argument that, oh, well, now he's sitting in the hospital, so all of this is kind of moot because obviously he is ill, whether it's with COVID or not?
I appreciate that he's ill, and the one thing, and people can view this as glib or not, but I've known Mike since I was a freshman in high school. We were at one time very, very close friends all the way through college. And the reality is, if he has pneumonia, viral or not, he's a vulnerable person. And so if he was illegitimately exposed to a COVID facility and got COVID as a result of that, the reality is that he placed himself in danger by being a vulnerable person and exposing him to COVID, and that should not have occurred. So regardless of my political differences with Congressman Nicholas and whatever he might think of my personal opinion of him, I want him to be healthy and safe. Sure. And that is not the case if you have pneumonia and find yourself in a facility filled with a virus that preys on sick people.
Right, but Carlo, what is your response, though, that, you know, he didn't bypass or any of the protocols, that he was in fact sick, that his doctor said he had viral pneumonia, his doctor being the governor's chairperson of the Physicians Advisory Group. When he got there, he did fill out all the paperwork.
So what I know to be true at this moment is that when the congressman presented, he did so verbally to his sister-in-law with the argument that his doctor believed him to be a clinical positive, but that he came to the facility with no documents indicating a positive test or no documents indicating from a physician, whoever it might be, that he was a clinical positive. And even in the case where a physician might believe you to be a clinical positive, that is not the sole discretion of the physician, whomever that might be. That is a public health determination because that is a public health facility. And so that determination should have been made by those in the public health regime so that, A, the sanctity of the isolation unit could have been protected, and so that, B, Congressman Nicholas does not place himself in any undue harm, and so that, C, his sister-in-law would not have been subject to questions later about the legitimacy of her action.
Yeah. Well, Carlo, anything in closing? Because, I mean, the congressman levied some, well, kind of par for the course, but levied some serious accusations. How would you respond to his saying that when is enough with these people, I believe is what he said?
Congressman Nicholas has always had a talent for the theatrical. And so I'll give him a break because obviously he's down with something, and regardless of our political differences, I want him to be safe and healthy. That said, if he hadn't volunteered, if he had not made a show of it on Facebook, people like you wouldn't have asked the questions, and I wouldn't be here today. So it's kind of like digging the ditch and then wondering why you're stuck in it.
Okay, Carlo.
Thanks, Carlo.
All right, thank you.
Take it
Okay,
easy.
stay safe.
Appreciate it. Right on. We're going to take a little break here, and that was the Adelup Policy Director, Carlo Branch. Obviously, when the Congressman's Facebook video dropped last night, we did ask questions. I mean, he posted that he wasn't diagnosed with the COVID, but he was in the ISOFAC, and we all know the protocols for gaining entry into the ISOFAC. So, of course, we're going to ask the questions, and that was the response we had got from Carlo. We had the Congressman on briefly this morning. He's hospitalized at GMH. Yes, I mean, obviously he's ill enough to be hospitalized. So that being said, we're all praying for him to get better. But that doesn't mean we don't ask the questions. And so we brought Carlo on to respond to the response that the Congressman gave, and we're going to get Congressman Underwood on, former Congressman Underwood on, to do the same thing. It's 7:12. We got to take a quick break, though. We got Father Paul Goffigan, Public Health, is starting to back up here on the link. But you know what they say, miss a link, miss a lot. And there's more on the way. It's the 30th day of October, Friday. Good morning, Guam.
The GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Sa panahon ng pandemya ng COVID-19, kailangan ng kooperasyon ng bawat isa. Kailangan natin mapanatiling malakas ang katawan at sumunod sa mga alituntunin ng gobyerno para ligtas ang lahat. Ang distansyang 6 feet bawat isa ay laging susundin, lalo na sa mga pagtitipon. Panatiling magsuot ng face mask sa labas ng bahay, lalo na sa mga pampublikong lugar. Maghugas ng mga kamay gamit ang sabon sa loob ng 20 seconds. Kung walang tubig at sabon, gumamit ng hand sanitizer na hindi bababa ng 60% alkohol. Maglinis at magdisinfekta ng mga madalas na hinahawakan. Iwasang hawakan ng mukha mo. Manatili sa bahay kung may sakit. Tulungan na mabawasan ang paglaganap ng COVID-19 sa pamamagitan ng pag-download ng Guam COVID Alert app sa App Store o Google Play. Protektahan ang sarili, ang iyong mga mahal sa buhay at ang mga mamamayan. Ang pag-iwas ay nakapagliligtas ng buhay. Para sa karagdagang impormasyon, mangyari makipag-ugnayan sa 311 o bisitahan ang aming website sa dphss.guam.gov.
Pepsi Guam Bottling, a local company. We produce your favorite products right here on island, like Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Hanum, Chamorro Punch, Tropical Ice, and more. We've invested millions into local production and will continue to upgrade our facilities and provide local jobs so you can truly buy local. Our long history of producing the freshest and best products will continue. This is our vision. Pepsi Guam Bottling.
When the health and welfare of our island depends on your representatives in the Guam legislature to make decisions based on facts and public input, you need truth to demand government accountability. You need leadership to advocate for your voice in government. You need justice to protect and defend your rights and precious resources. Senator Therese Terlahi's record is clear. She will continue to fight for your voice to be heard through truth, leadership, and justice. Number 10 on the Democrat side of the ballot.
I am Therese Terlahi, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Friends of Therese Terlahi for Guam. Miriam C. Terlahi, Treasurer.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Pizza Report. Pepsi helps celebrate this tasty month with an easy way for you to win Pepsi and pizza. Post a photo of yourself enjoying your favorite Pepsi beverage to KOM News or Uno Instagram or Facebook pages to enter to win Pepsi and pizza from one of our pizza sponsors. Catch the Pepsi Pizza Report every Thursday on KOM News' The Link Morning Show and on the social media pages of KOM News for reports, tastings, and everything pizza and Pepsi.
I'm John Adanich, and I approve this message. Kobans in villages and facilities like this one need to be fixed, manned by police officers so they can respond quickly to any incident. I will fight for more police officers in our communities, more training and safety equipment. Guam is my home, its people my family, and my family is in trouble. Give me an opportunity to serve you. and I will serve you well and protect you and your family as a lawmaker.
We won't stop dreaming.
Life as we know it changed this year. Our health, families, jobs, and finances have been in jeopardy. We've witnessed loss in more ways than one. And at a time when nothing could be more comforting than coming together to fill this loss, share the love, and lean on each other for support, we've been asked to stay apart for our own safety. This year on Giving Tuesday, the need will be greater than ever, but we'll also face more obstacles than ever in spreading love, kindness, and generosity to those who need it most. So we're challenging you, yes, all of you Guam, to help create a wave of generosity like we have never seen before. We can all do it. Small acts, big acts, businesses, schools, churches, clubs, men, women, children. Let's do this. Giving Tuesday is this December 1st. What will you do?
I was superintendent of education for many years, and he was president of the University of Guam for a decade.
Together, we worked hard to extend opportunities from the youngest of our children to senior researchers at the University of Guam.
We understood that public service and the economy begins with education and returns to it time and time again.
But we're also partners in life, bringing together 8 children of diverse backgrounds, 14 grandchildren, and 1 great-grandchild.
I was born in Iloilo in the Philippines, and he was born in Tamuning, bringing together another combination of experiences which enrich our lives and our island home.
When we say Si Jules Maasi
and Maraming Salamat po,
it is because we have been saying it all of our lives, not just during a campaign. I'm Robert Underwood, and I approve this message.
Didn't end well, though. Bree?
Yeah, he came on.
I mean, all it took was 3 days
Mic
before
drop.
the election. I mean, we've been asking this guy to come on for 2 years.
Right, but you know the allegations were pretty serious about
Yeah.
getting into the COVID isolation facility
Right, yeah.
by allegedly.
Connects. Is
Right,
what it was. But, I
right.
mean, Bree...
That came out from Adelup.
Right.
And, you know...
And he did confirm that
Yeah.
he did call his sister-in-law.
I messaged him just this morning. I wanted to give him the opportunity to respond.
Yeah.
And he said, "Yeah, send me the link," and I did, and just wow.
I think we
he
got
was at the
kinda-
hospital. He wasn't.
Yeah, yeah. And so when the Zoom, when you come onto the Zoom, you turn on the video. Obviously, we saw him hooked up to all the stuff, and so he is admitted at the Guam Memorial Hospital. I didn't see.
He said his doctor, Dr. Hoa Win,
Right.
who is also on the governor's physicians advisory group, said that he had a viral pneumonia and is a clinical COVID patient, although testing negative.
Yeah, and I mean, we do want people to go to the ISOFAX, but it's clear we have public health on, multiple times a week that there's a whole protocol for that. But, Dr. Wen, the congressman, seemed to say that there was nothing fishy about it. But one of the allegations that Congressman St. Nicholas had made was levied against his opponent in this election, which is happening on Tuesday. So this has got to be, in recent memory, one of the craziest weekends before an election that, I mean, I'm not even that I can remember, but I thought I'd seen it all in Guam politics. But Congressman Mike St. Nicholas calling out former delegate Robert Underwood. And we got Underwood on the Zoom right now. Good morning, Congressman.
Good morning. Good morning, Chris. Good morning to you and Sabrina. And thank you very much for this opportunity. And,
Right.
And first of all, I just want Narissa and I pray every day, and we pray for particularly victims of COVID-19 here in Guam. And we just want to, we said a prayer for the quick recovery of Mike St. Nicholas this morning.
Right. Were you able to catch his brief interview on the link this morning, Robert?
No, I did not, and so I'm not sure about what he said. I only heard the chatter that the interview came to an abrupt end.
Yeah. So, Bree, if you want to kind of go over what the congressman had said.
In a nutshell, he was saying, when is enough politicking with respect to him. You know, he is sick. He's at GMH. He called for the resignation of Carlo Branch. He mentioned your name. And so, yeah, it's called it politics, basically. Making an issue of him being at the ISOFAC facility and now at the Guam Memorial Hospital.
Well, of course, you know, I haven't even talked to Carlo Branch in maybe 3 or 4 months. So this is totally, to use the term that was used last week, totally a fabrication. You know, but in any event, that's not really the issue. The issue is not about whether Delegate St. Nicholas should have been in the facility or shouldn't be in the facility. He is ill, and we wish him well, and we hope for a speedy recovery. The issue is what is in front of the people of Guam. And the issue really is that we have a choice. And we have a choice between leadership, which is honest and has integrity and is willing to put themselves in front of the people in a live forum, in a debate. I've been calling for debates now for several weeks. None is going to happen. And instead of engaging in a debate, we just hear sniping on the side. And that's unfortunate. But in any event, I'm ready to debate. I'm ready to debate via Zoom. There's a forum coming up this evening on Megamix. And I've agreed to be on that forum, I think, as Senator Castro has as well. Yeah. And so the issues are broader. Delegate St. Nicholas is going to recover. This controversy, so-called controversy, is going to recede into memory. But what is in front of the people of Guam is enduring. How do you want your representative to behave? And which candidate has a plan for moving forward? That's why this election is so important. So yeah. While I certainly wish him well, I don't wish him ill. This is not about politics. This is about the people's future. And so the implication, always the implication that there's some kind of collusion going on is just absolute nonsense.
You know, Robert, how difficult or challenging was it? I mean, you're running against Will Castro, you're running against Mike St. Nicholas, right? But a lot of your campaign has been talking about the ethics investigation, talking about the congressman's voting record, but he's refused to engage really on any of these. And many would say they're very relevant issues to this election. So how's it kind of been in their shadow boxing in your campaign? I mean, this is the most engagement you've got out of the congressman. It was him calling you out from his hospital bed.
I don't look at it as shadow boxing. I look at it as truth telling. We've told the truth, and I think it's going to have an impact on the voters. And that's really what that's about. It's sort of ironic, you know, when I started off this campaign, I'm 72 years of age. And I got comments from a lot of people, you're too old, why don't you go rest up, take a nap, go to the ranch, do something that old people do. And as it turns out, I'm the healthiest guy running for Congress.
Easy there, don't jinx it.
I just say that as a sidebar. Because in an ironic way, here I am, a 72-year-old man calling for debates, alive and well and doing okay, and I'm more energized than I was at the beginning of the campaign. And you know, it really still is. And I just respectfully ask the media, and I also respectfully ask the public, that this is really not about the individual delegate, but it's in terms of the kind of representation you want in Washington. We've unveiled a very comprehensive plan. I've talked about my record in Congress from the past. I've talked about my record as president. I'm not shadow boxing. I'm telling people what I know to be true, and what I can back up with facts.
Thank you, Robert, for coming on. Appreciate you coming on quickly to respond to the words that the congressman had thrown at you. So appreciate it.
Thank you. Have
All
a
right.
great day.
You too.
Stay well.
So what's your
Stay
secret?
safe.
You take vitamins, or is it what? You down a gallon of Lodigo every morning?
My
or-
secret is I pray and I eat regularly.
Okay, let me try that. I got to
But
eat regularly.
I'll admit to one thing. In fact, let me admit to this. I have a pain in the neck on occasion, and I go to the chiropractor. And so I'm going to the chiropractor this morning, but I'm not going to put it on Facebook. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robert. All right, 727. Let's get Father Paul Guffigan on real quick, and then we're going to run right over to public health as we're starting to catch up with we had a plan going into this morning.
All right, Paulie, you have a plan?
Yeah, we had a plan. There's a plan. And so let's get Father Paul. We wanted to get Father Paul on. Obviously, there was just I don't want to say cancellation, maybe not the right word, but All Souls Day not happening the way that we're used to it happening. I was able to take the kids to the graves a couple weeks ago before this announcement even came out. And I just had a hunch. We were driving by the cemetery, ended up taking a different way. And I had a hunch, let me just pull over and check Grandma and Grandpa, and we're able to clean the graves. And I really think it was God nudging that turn signal. Hey, boy, go in there and check your grandparents. So now we're starting to see a lot of people go to the cemeteries. We want to bring Father Paul on just to kind of catch us up on what is going to be happening for All Souls Day, because we already know what isn't. Father Paul, good morning.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina. Good morning, Jason.
Good morning, Father.
Yes, as we all know, there will be no masses at the cemeteries on All Souls Day, but there will still be masses commemorating all the faithful departed. There is especially a mass going on that will be happening at the cathedral. It's really going to be a beautiful mass, aside from all the other masses, because there will be I guess Tony Diaz, our director of communication, will be releasing the schedule of masses around the island in the different parishes. There'll be both, indoors, outdoors, and also live streaming. But there is a special one over the cathedral that will be happening at 12 noon and will be celebrated by Archbishop Michael Jew Burns. And it's going to remember not just the faithful departed, but most especially a memorial mass for those who have died from COVID, without mentioning any names at all to protect the privacy. But the cathedral plans on having crosses made of olive wood. I'm assuming it's from the Holy Land. And they will be placed on the altar during the Mass, the memorial Mass on Monday at 12 noon. And you can also log into aganacathedral.org. And if you want to send a picture of your loved one, the Cathedral Basilica will happily print out the picture and place it within the sanctuary of the cathedral, and will be there during the Mass at 12 noon. 12 noon. Again, you can go into aganacathedral.org to get more information. But also, like I said, other parishes will be offering memorial masses for the faithful departed at different times. I know I have masses at 6, 8, 10, 1, and 6 p.m. on that day. So there will be abundance of masses being offered for our faithful departed.
Thank you, Father. And, the way I kind of look at it, it's like All Souls Day, yes, obviously big, but in our culture, we routinely honor and memorialize the loved ones, friends, and family that we've lost through anniversary masses, through just memories that we hold dear in our hearts. So I think that kind of, I'm not saying it makes up for it, but in a way it makes you appreciate these other opportunities that we have throughout the year, other than All Souls Day, to kind of just pay tribute to the people that came before us.
Yeah. I mean, we always have to pray for our dead. We in the Catholic Church believe that the church is divided to 3 tiers. First is the Church Triumphant, which are those saints in heaven, and we celebrate All Saints Day on November 1st, followed by All Souls Day, which are, we pray for the dead, we pray for those souls in purgatory, as well as we pray for the living, even at every Mass, and that's us right here on earth. The Church Militant, we're still fighting evil and waiting for the day when Christ will come and take all of us back to the Father's house.
Thank you, Father.
You're welcome.
We also ask that you pray for the congressman, and if you could, maybe pray for all these candidates here going into this election on Tuesday, okay?
Always praying.
All right.
Thank you, Father
Pray
Paul.
for you too.
Thank you. I
Thanks, Father
appreciate
Paul.
it.
Take care.
Okay, I'm praying for you as well.
Bye now.
Hasta.
Take care.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
adios. Business! Okay, we take a really quick break. Okay, sorry, guys. We're coming back with public health next on the link right here on 93.9 The Breeze. Good morning, Guam.
Pepsi Guam Bottling, a local company. We produce your favorite products right here on island, like Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Hanum, Chamorro Punch, Tropical Ice, and more. We've invested millions into local production and will continue to upgrade our facilities and provide local jobs so you can truly buy local. Our long history of producing the freshest and best products will continue. This is our vision. Pepsi Guam Bottling.
For all of those who love this spooky time of year, KYM brings you an adventure to clear. Choose your path through a virtual trick-or-treat. Hope you get through it without too much heat. Go to KYM News IG for this fun and collect your prize when all is done. Take on this adventure starting October 26th and let this be your Halloween fix. It's fun for all in the family too. Happy Halloween wishes to them and to you. KYM's virtual trick-or-treat adventure is sponsored by McDonald's.
Alpha Day, I'm Mary Camacho Torres. It's been my honor to serve as your senator. Together, we've expanded voter access, fought for fair chance employment, and helped protect Guam's most vulnerable. But I'm not done yet. In the midst of this pandemic, Guam needs policies that rebuild our families, remove barriers to opportunity, and restore dignity for our people. This election, I humbly ask for your vote so I can do just that and continue to be your voice. I'm Mary Camacho Torres, and I approve this message.
Thrive, a coalition for a drug-free Dedido, is an active partnership of community members and leaders committed to a vibrant, resilient, and empowered Dedido. It takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Thrive with us. Find us online or email thrive@westcare.com.
I was superintendent of education for many years, and he was president of the University of Guam for a decade.
Together, we worked hard to extend opportunities from the youngest of our children to senior researchers at the University of Guam.
We understood that public service and the economy begins with education and returns to it time and time again.
But we're also partners in life, bringing together 8 children of diverse backgrounds, 14 grandchildren, and 1 great-grandchild.
I was born in Iloilo in the Philippines, and he was born in Tamuning, bringing together another combination of experiences which enrich our lives and our island home.
When we say, Si Jules Maasi,
and Maraming Salamat po,
it is because we have been saying it all of our lives, not just during a campaign. I'm Robert Underwood, and I approve this message.
When the health and welfare of our island depends on your representatives in the Guam legislature to make decisions based on facts and public input, you need truth to demand government accountability. You need leadership to advocate for your voice in government. You need justice to protect and defend your rights and precious resources. Senator Therese Terlahi's record is clear. She will continue to fight for your voice to be heard through truth, leadership, and justice. Number 10 on the Democrat side of the ballot.
I am Therese Terlahi, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Friends of Therese Terlahi for Guam. Miriam C. Terlahi, Treasurer.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
I'm John Adanich, and I approve this message. Kobans in villages and facilities like this one need to be fixed, manned by police officers so they can respond quickly to any incident. I will fight for more police officers in our communities, more training and safety equipment. Guam is my home, its people my family, and my family is in trouble. Give me an opportunity to serve you, and I will serve you well and protect you and your family as a lawmaker.
We won't stop dreaming.
The holidays are almost here, and we could all use an extra dose of cheer and joy this year. So, we're breaking the rules and giving you a holiday head start on Breeze 93.9 FM. Throughout the months of October and November, listen to the special holiday head start blocks of all the season's favorites from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. and again from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Let's try to make spirits bright and make this the most wonderful time of the year. Happy holidays from Breeze.
Half a day. My name is Chimamba Kwem, Tuberculosis Enhancing Disease Program Manager for the Department of Public Health. As Guam continues to deliver critical services during this unprecedented time, we must do everything in our power to protect the health and safety of our people. Continue to encourage wearing a face covering, practice social distancing and washing hands. These practices are becoming especially important as we begin to reopen our great island. Prevention saves life. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at dphss.guam.gov.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. It's The Link. Let's head over to the KUAM News Zoom room. Patiently waiting, we have our state epidemiologist, Dr. Ann Pobutsky, and the contact tracing lead, Annette Huggan, out of Public Health. Good morning, ladies.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And I know we're, first of all, I apologize for going to you guys so late. I know we're backed up on time, so we just want to start with Annette. And Annette, if you could, maybe give us a little bit of behind the numbers, the testing that we've done throughout the week. How much of it was from contact tracing? How much of it was from new positives? If you could, Annette. And good morning, by the way.
Oh, good morning. Well, the one positive thing I can say is that compared to last week, our number of new positives have gone down, which is a great sign. Just comparing the sit reps from last week and last Thursday to this Thursday, we're seeing a less 134 different. So we have less positives reported this past 7 days. However, we have seen with the cases reported throughout this week, majority is from household contacts, and then the next group is from the work contacts. And again, we keep hearing the same thing of, someone was sick or they didn't realize they were sick. They brought it to their home, or they went to work, and unknowingly spread it amongst themselves. And so we hope to continue to see this downward trend. Again, it's we're not out of the woods. Again, the hospitalization numbers is what's still alarming and very concerning. But we hope to continue to see it go down. As expected, our positive cases reported this past week are mainly from the north. And we've also seen an increase for villages in the central part of Guam. And so again, the disease has no border, has no discrimination. It's community widespread. But hopefully people will continue to social distance and, practice wearing their mask and, hand sanitizing so we can continue to see the numbers go down, as we move forward.
Thank you, Annette.
Thank you. And now let's take it over to Dr. Anna Pobutsky here. Dr. Ann, good morning.
Morning.
And I saw you brought some charts.
We haven't seen a decrease in the deaths. We have not seen a decrease in the deaths. It's still going on, and there's always a lag time. Even though the cases, are decreasing, there's always a lag time. And, with the deaths, people don't just die immediately. Sometimes they take weeks. And so we're still seeing bad news with the death toll. And as Annette pointed out, the hospitals. I can't share my screen. Can I try and do that?
Yeah. Yes, of course, Dr. Ann. Jason is going to enable that. Okay.
Can you see it?
Yes. We got you.
Can you see that?
Yes, we've got you on, Doctor.
Yes, Doctor. You can see the graph.
Yes.
I just wanted to bring this up to say, this is what about the word pandemic don't people understand? If you look at 1918, this is Guam. This is the crude death rate for Guam. And you can see that giant peak there in 1918. That's the 1918 pandemic, influenza. And people seem to forget that this is a pandemic. This is not some joke. That's the crude death rate for Guam for all those years, 1902 to 2018. I haven't updated it. We are on course to have COVID deaths by the end of the year be in the top 10. I'm thinking it's probably going to be in the top 5 leading causes of death for Guam, the way it's going. And that's not good news.
Doc, I mean, we're just seeing the numbers between the first wave and this second wave. Or I don't know if it was you that said this was just really a continuation of the first wave. Someone had said that. But what is the difference between what we saw then and what we're seeing now? Because you're right, the deaths, it's alarming. We had 4 in one day, just the other day, and they keep coming.
Right. Well, we only had 5 deaths in the first 5 months. Then beginning in August, the last 3 months, that's where the vast majority of the deaths have occurred during our surge. 5 deaths and 5 deaths up until July. We only had 5. That was concerning, and I see. Okay, somebody put up this graph. Great.
That's Dr. Lombard. Dr. Lombard, can you not share your screen, or Jay's gonna take care of that? Okay. There you are. Hi, Dr. Ann.
Okay, we got you. Yeah, she's good.
It's great to see more and more data that tells us bad news. What are we going to do about it? We're a community here.
It looks like it's a report card on Guam, and now we're failing.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, have you seen the pictures from the hospitals? They're setting up beds outside on the curb and going to put up tents. That's what they did in 1918 all over the world because they couldn't fit people into the hospitals. Our hospital capacity is overwhelmed.
Doc, when we spoke last week, you had talked about a new designation with the World Health Organization, and that designation you were going to file with them, and basically widespread community transmission. Right. Yeah.
Right. Well, they're still discussing whether to put us in that designation. I guess they have criteria that they have to follow, but our assessment from here was that we are at stage 3 on the World Health Organization, whatever their schema is, and they're discussing it. They, have criteria for that. So they're still discussing it. I haven't heard from them this week.
Dr.
But we suggested that, yes, we move from stage 2 to stage 3.
Dr. Ann,
from local transmission to widespread transmission.
Dr. Ann, what do you think about the implementation of these fines and penalties? Do you think it's going to help?
I don't know. I would hope so. Mm-hmm. I mean, how else are you going to get people to behave? In Australia, they require everybody to vote. And if you don't vote, you have to pay a fine. So everybody votes. Or even if they send in a blank form. So, it's something similar. It's like You want to get fined $100 or $1,000 for breaking the rules? I don't know if those, suggestions are going to help. I do know in Hawaii they had some trouble with implementation of some of the fines because it has to be sensible. Just because you're alone jogging on a road with nobody around you or in a park. I believe there was a case where somebody was walking through a park with their dog and wasn't wearing a mask, and they were outdoors and nobody was around them and they got fined. So it has to be implemented in a common sense way, and, being cited for having a large party where there's 50 people at your house versus walking along the road, or jogging, walking to the beach. So it has to be implemented sensibly.
Right.
At the same time, why aren't people following the rules? Again, we're back to, don't you know the meaning of the word pandemic? And we need to stop it. The transmission, we just need to stop it. The community needs to make sense. And we're coming into holiday season. And I know everybody, we've got All Souls Day, Halloween, we've got Thanksgiving, Christmas. Just forget it. It's a pandemic. This is not a normal situation. It's a novel coronavirus. It's new. We still don't know how it's going to play out. So people need to follow the rules and don't have parties. Forget it. Forget Christmas. Forget Thanksgiving. Just stick with your household and don't be mingling with large groups of people, and follow the rules till this is over. It's going to take another year, probably more. Sorry to bring be the harbinger of bad news, but that's the reality of a pandemic.
It's Halloween.
The influenza pandemic lasted 2 years and went up and down and up and down.
Yeah.
And it surged during the seasons. And now we're in influenza season. We're seeing influenza now. We had one death that had both influenza and COVID. So this is not a nice time for anybody.
Right. And Doc, when we get everybody on and they, the guys from the PAG, they talk about COVID fatigue. People are just tired. People are just tired. They're tired staying home. Can you give a little context?
We're tired of it too.
Yeah.
Believe me, public health is tired of it too.
Right.
Asking that. We've been working constantly. But the good news is we are starting to get a little more help. We've got the CDC deployment here. We've hired some people through the CDC Foundation, which is fantastic. We've got some young, energetic people helping us with the data, with the contact tracing. We've got the Department of Labor, core workforce with the contact tracing. So we're getting more help. It's taken a long time to get to this point, but we're getting a little more help. We should have some more data soon that hopefully will help inform what we're trying to do. So there is some good news. Public health is getting more help.
Right. Yeah, Doc, but for the context, right, what I was trying to say was that we've got everyone saying there's COVID fatigue, but if you're saying that we're still a year out from the end of this, I mean, what would your message to people be? Because I just feel like people are thinking that we're right around the corner.
No, sorry. Not with what we're seeing at the hospitals and the death toll, because I'm the one doing the mortality analysis right now, and I don't like what I'm seeing. It's very depressing to look through all of the case data, and I'm trying to clean up the data and trying to verify, because sometimes we just have the doctor's note till we get the death certificates, and it's not nice. It's bad. Deaths are bad, especially if it's excess deaths. Sorry, you're gonna have to hunker down for another year. I have a friend we normally have Thanksgiving together with her and her family, and it's like, it's not gonna happen. I'm not doing it. I'm too scared.
Wow. We had I don't know if Annette can answer this, but I had a question come in on the WhatsApp. Chris, can you ask Public Health? My mom is a cancer patient and was told on 10/21, October 21st, that she was COVID positive at GRMC. They sent her home and told her that someone from Public Health will call her. Up to this day, no one has called her, and it's disturbing her treatment for cancer. She's unable to get her cancer treatment until she gets clearance from Public Health. I tried calling the 311 number. They gave me 9 phone numbers. I called them, and only one person responded. Dr. Barb said she'll have someone call 2 days ago. Till now, nobody has called.
So that's very alarming to hear that. I would offer that she can call me at my office
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and give them your
when
number.
I'm done with this interview.
Okay.
If she can give my number, and then I can connect her with our isolation unit. They are the ones who would coordinate checking in on the client and also monitoring them throughout their period, just to make sure to also provide any wraparound services, to coordinate, especially for the information she's providing that her mom has cancer treatment, that we need to ensure that that's maintained and provided for her. And so, yeah, I would need more information, but yeah, that doesn't sound right. And we will definitely look into it. So yes, if you could please provide her my number, and I can assist her and get her connected to the right people.
Thank you. Thank
under
you.
our isolation
Thank
unit.
you. And I mean, this is something I don't know if we've covered this, Bree, but so what is the protocol when you get COVID and you're going through chemotherapy?
So that's something definitely, but again, for the medical physicians to work that out. There really isn't treatment for COVID right now. It's more, for just supportive and, like fever and stuff. So it's depending on what her treatment is, then that's something that would definitely would be in consultation with the physician who oversees the isolation unit, in consultation with her oncologist. And then it's a matter of how to provide her the services without exposing others. Because again, I don't know, does it require her chemo? Does it require radiation? There's the different forms of treatment. And so that would be something that I would defer to the medical experts. Since I'm not the physician, again, it would be between her
Right.
oncologist and
I got
our doctor who oversees the isolation unit would discuss that amongst themselves.
Status. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to ask, what is the average wait time then for when public health receives a confirmation of a COVID positive? How long does it take for contact tracers to contact close contacts?
So we do have a backlog because again, as Dr. Ann said, we've just started hiring additional support. So we've changed some internal processes so that we can try and ensure the individual knows that they're positive. Because again, we cannot tell the person they're positive. It has to be the provider who ordered it. We give a time of, trying to improve our timing of within 1 hour of getting a positive result through the lab, the provider who ordered the test would notify the patient. Then that in the reporting source would notify public health that they've already told the patient of their positive result. And so within another hour, public health would be contacting the individual saying, are you aware of your results? If so, then they will now initiate the isolation and investigation procedure, because that's something we've been working on with the CDC deployment team to reduce the number of calls to a new positive. And so that we can assess their house. Are they able to properly isolate at home? Are there any other high-risk individuals in the house, so that they can be quarantined and notified, and that they can start, again, self-quarantining, self-isolation until the next team comes in and calls, which is my contact tracing team. So sometimes there is a few days between that, but we've been working with the providers that educate the individual. Once you tell them they're positive, these are the necessary steps to self-isolate and tell their household contacts to quarantine, which is the most important thing to kind of stop the ongoing exposure, right? And then our team will come in to schedule interview and to schedule for contact tracing. So already that within the first day, and again, timing depending on tests are being run through the night. We have the hospitals that are still conducting tests. Public health, we are not 24/7. So, if something comes in late night, early morning, then when our staff come in the morning, then that's when they initiate the calls for the new positive. And then again, it's a matter of getting the close contacts identified, getting the information, and then getting their contact information. So it's kind of that step process that we've been trying to improve on.
So you're saying the backlog is like a couple of days, but in the interim,
Couple of days,
right.
because
In the
right,
interim,
because
you're
we've been
letting
consistently still seeing double digits every day. Even though our number of cases are going down, we are still been getting double digits. We've had no relief. So that's why now, we've been getting more staff to help us. We also, just last week, we launched with the University of Guam, their contact tracing team. They like to call it an extension of public health, and which is what we need. We need more help because, again, as we get double digits being reported to us every day that are new cases, we still have to weed out, are they contacts from home? Are they contacts from work? And then who are their contacts now? Because now it spreads out to the next layer, right? It's like a spider web, or I don't know, just layer upon layer that we keep branching outward as we get new positives. And if someone has been going around while they're symptomatic, even though they went to get a test, and it goes back to, this fines, that's been our challenge. People have been going around while they're sick, not just to work. They went to go visit people, they went to a party or something. And so that causes a more complicated investigation and contact tracing, because now we're asking you were sick for 5 days. So I need to ask you 2 days before you got sick, where were you at? Because that's the start of the infectious period. And so if you've been going around for those 5 to 7 days while you were symptomatic, every day now the team has to look at where were you, who were you in contact with, do you have their information? We have to work with them to assure them we won't give out your name, but we need to inform them that they were exposed. And so that's something to the trust that we have to build with the new cases and the contacts, that they're not in trouble. We're just trying to help them notify the person, because what if they are also positive and they're going around and not knowing that, because they're asymptomatic. And so that's what we've been seeing these past few months, is people letting down their guard, not practicing the social distancing. I mean, we've seen, stores are opening up. The line is so long, but there was no 6 feet spacing between these customers waiting to get into that store. We've heard of reports of someone reported that a bar was operating. They went to check. The bar wasn't open, but they were having a private party. So again, that just adds more complications. So unfortunately, maybe the fines have to be put in place, and like Dr. Ann said, but do it properly, right? Because again, we don't want to punish those who are in compliance or by themselves, or just within their household unit. But unfortunately, we need to probably set example for those who are not complying,
right,
who are knowingly violating, all the information we put out from the beginning. All the social distancing, all the executive orders, all the public health guidance. Because again, public health cannot do this alone. Right. We can do our part, but again, it's a community-wide effort.
Yeah.
I feel you, Annette. Yeah. I feel you. I know you guys are working hard. I know that just people are crapping on this response, but it's good to get you guys in here and to get it from your side, because it is a public health emergency. Okay, it's not a physicians advisory group emergency. It's not a Governor Lulian Guerrero emergency. It's a public health emergency, and you guys are public health. So we definitely appreciate your insight. Talk about Halloween heroes. Dr. Ann, I want to bring you on. You maybe close it out here as we're against the top of the hour.
Well, stay home if you're sick. That's the old, used to always, one of my pet peeves is like, what are you doing at work when you're sick? Even if you have a cold, you're going to spread it. Stop doing that. Follow the rules, hunker down. This is not over. And again, what don't people understand? It's a pandemic. It's global. It's surging everywhere. And of course, we're seeing the surge. We're still seeing deaths. We're still seeing double digits. And in terms of the rate per our population, we're higher than Hawaii. It's ridiculous. So this is a public health message. Sorry to be the bad guys, but this is a pandemic. We're not making this up. And, I'm tired of seeing it. I have COVID fatigue. I don't want to look at these deaths. I don't want to look at the death certificates. I'd rather see somebody die of something normal than COVID. And we are going to have some more data in the next couple of weeks, and we've got more help. So maybe we can get on top of this a little bit more at public health, but the community does have to do its job. We have to engage the community. We have to educate the community, and the community needs to respond. This is not a normal situation, and it's not going away anytime soon. I don't care whether they're predicting we're going to have a vaccine in 2 weeks or not. It's probably in spring. And then there's other things we have to deal with. We still have high STD rates. We have other communicable diseases that are problematic for our community that we have to address, as well as COVID. So, and if you're elderly and you need to be seen, go get seen by a doctor. And if you have weird symptoms, especially if you have chronic conditions, go get seen. We still have medical professionals, even though they're burnout too. You need to be seen by a doctor, go get seen by a doctor. And the rest of you, stay home if you're sick and forget the parties for now. This isn't over. We are a community. Let's pull together and stop this.
Thank you, Doc.
That's it from me.
Right
Thank
on.
you.
Mic drop. Mic drop.
Thank
Mic
you.
drop.
Annette?
I don't think I can top that.
Yeah, I know, and that's why you're not going to.
It's like Dr. Pobutsky out.
Yeah.
No, yeah, okay,
Thug life.
real.
Hey, you know we need that thug life with Dr. Ann and the shades and the joint in her mouth.
Real. Because real quick. I know we're cutting it close, but it seems like what Dr. Ann is saying, and it's absolutely true, is the problem with the pandemic is of societal greed. Yeah. People just don't want to do what's right for everybody else. And I know this is probably never going to happen, but rather than imposing fines, what if we just give everybody a bonus if they stay home?
Oh, wow.
You stay home for 2 weeks, you get $1,000.
Now we're talking, Jay.
Because now it plays up to greed, and so greed cancels greed.
There you go.
All right, okay. That's my friend Jason.
I like that.
Yeah.
Reverse psychology. Give them
Exactly.
incentive to stay home.
But hey, I don't have the money to pay it out, so let somebody else figure that part out.
Thank you, Annette.
Get free turkeys for Thanksgiving if you stay home.
Right.
There you
Keep
go.
it in your house.
Thank you, Dr. Ann. Thank you, Annette.
Thank you.
God bless you guys and the work you do. Oh, last
Stay
question.
safe.
Sorry, the testing that was scheduled for tomorrow, has that already been postponed because of the weather?
That announcement will come out later. I know there's still decisions, and tracking it, but the formal announcement will come out whether they're going to postpone it.
Okay. Thank you, Annette. Dr. Ann, be safe. What do we got, Jay,
Thank you.
for the
You guys be
ladies?
safe, too.
What do
We got virtual shrimp patties that we've made. Halloween special.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, okay. It's good to
Nice,
eat
thank
fried in the
you.
morning. You work it off the whole day. Thank you, guys. All right. See you. There you go. Annette Ogden and Dr. Ann Pobutsky, Public Health Shining Stars here. That's what they should change it. It's DPHSS. They should change it to Department of Public Health Shining Stars.
You're a shining star, no matter who you are.
Wow.
Shining bright, you see. DPHSS. No, that doesn't even rhyme.
It doesn't have to rhyme.
Yeah, there you go.
Hey, it's 8:03 to our viewers on KUAM TV. Thank you. Thank you so much for jamming in with us this morning. Really, just a crazy show. We appreciate it. Jump over to the traditional means, which is the radio, KUAM FM, Agotni Guam 93.9 The Breeze. Or you can jump on our KUAM News Facebook Live feed. Up next, he's had his seat in the KUAM News Zoom room. We have Dr. Peter Lombard to crunch some stats. I got to take a break really quick, and we're coming back with Doc Lombard next on the link. Good morning, Guam.
For all of those who love this. Too. Happy Halloween wishes to them and to you. KUAM's virtual trick-or-treat adventure is sponsored by McDonald's.
When the health and welfare of our island depends on your representatives in the Guam legislature to make decisions based on facts and public input, you need
For all of those who love this spooky time of year, KUAM brings you an adventure to clear. Choose your path through a virtual trick-or-treat. Hope you get through it without too much heat. Go to KUAM News IG for this fun and collect your prize when all is done. Take on this adventure starting October 26th and let this be your Halloween fix. It's fun for all in the family too. Happy Halloween wishes to them and to you. KUAM's virtual trick-or-treat adventure is sponsored by McDonald's.
Pepsi Guam Bottling, a local company. We produce your favorite products right here on island, like Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Hanum, Chamorro Punch, Tropical Ice, and more. We've invested millions into local production and will continue to upgrade our facilities and provide local jobs so you can truly buy local. Our long history of producing the freshest and best products will continue. This is our vision. Pepsi Guam Bottling.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
I'm John Ananich, and I approve this message. Co-bans in villages and facilities like this one need to be fixed, manned by police officers so they can respond quickly to any incident. I will fight for more police officers in our communities, more training and safety equipment. Guam is my home, its people, my family, and my family is in trouble. Give me an opportunity to serve you, and I will serve you well and protect you and your family as a lawmaker.
We won't stop dreaming.
The Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Shopping Fair is coming on Sunday, November 29th. It's the 3rd annual Christmas Pops event with local artisans, crafters, and businesses in a reimagined and safe way for you to shop. As many small businesses struggle to survive, the call to buy local is greater than ever. To learn more and participate in this one-of-a-kind multimedia marketplace event on the stations and digital platforms of KUAM Communications, bringing together the island's biggest array of local vendors, email bettyann@kuam.com or visit kuam.com. Presented to you by Stroll Courier. Get all your packages, documents, and gifts delivered island-wide. Visit strollguam.com/courier and book a delivery today.
I was superintendent of education for many years, and he was president of the University of Guam for a decade.
Together, we worked hard to extend opportunities from the youngest of our children to senior researchers at the University of Guam.
We understood that public service and the economy begins with education and returns to it time and time again.
But we're also partners in life, bringing together 8 children of diverse backgrounds, 14 grandchildren, and 1 great-grandchild.
I was born in Iloilo in the Philippines, and he was born in Tamuning, bringing together another combination of experiences which enrich our lives and our island home.
When we say, Si Jules Maasi,
and Maraming Salamat po,
it is because we have been saying it all of our lives, not just during a campaign. I'm Robert Underwood, and I approve this message.
Uproar Race to 21 Challenge. 2020 is one year we can't wait to put in the rearview mirror. So lace up, get ready, set, and run to 21 with the Guam Rona Challenge. Join the virtual challenge starting now through December 31st. Go at your own pace and select from 100, 2, or the 300-mile challenge. To register, visit runtochallenge.com. Special thanks to KUAM Communications, Trench Challenge, and Kill Cliff. This is an Uproar event. Proceeds benefit the Special Olympics Guam.
These are some of the signs that someone is thinking about suicide. talking about wanting to die, excessive guilt or shame, and feeling like a burden to others, feeling empty, hopeless, trapped, or having no reason to live, feeling extremely sad, anxious, agitated, or full of rage with unbearable emotional or physical pain. Other signs include changing behavior, such as making a plan or researching ways to die, withdrawing from friends or saying goodbye, giving away important items or making a will, taking dangerous risks such as driving extremely fast, displaying extreme mood swings, eating or sleeping more or less, and using drugs or alcohol more often. If you or someone you know is showing these warning signs, get help as soon as possible. Call Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center's crisis hotline at 647-8833 or 4.
Good morning. 811, miss a link, miss a lot. Yep. It's all proudly brought to you by Carrier. The Thrive Coalition giving you a sneak peek of the One Micronesia podcast with kids from Chuk coming up. Also, ITNE, Cavo Enterprises. It's 8:12. On the way, Dr. Michael Am of the Physicians Advisory Group. And we'll also highlight a young man who's doing things and going places with the district court. He's an intern now, Sean Flores. Good morning. It's 8:12. Let's go back into the KUAM News Zoom room where our sanitizing duendes have cleaned everything up for our next guest. He's been coming on since it was containing COVID. And we're so glad he jumped on the link with us many times. Dr. Peter Lombard, who, as you can see, will be sharing some graphs and some data. He's kind of made I don't even know if hobby's the word for it anymore, Doc. It's become almost a pastime with you, crunching the COVID numbers. Good morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Pretty good. And so we wanted to get you on after Public Health. I guess was first. What were some of the takeaways of that interview we had with Public Health? Did they tell you anything that you didn't already know?
Well, you could feel her frustration. It was very palpable, and every time she comes on, I think you can feel that. And she's not wrong. I think sometimes the message is not going to be heard by the people that you want to hear it the most, though. And that's kind of the problem. How do you reach those people? Because again, I think the majority of people are doing the right thing. There's just some people not doing things correctly. But there are some small little messages that could get out that probably would help things. But what I found really encouraging was the fact that they're getting more bodies and they're looking at more data, and that's wonderful. I mean, it's kind of late in the game, but especially something that's going to be lasting as long as this is, better late than never. The more bodies in public health can only help over there.
Doc, so I know you got some charts here. Tell us what we're looking at. Do you want to we'll give you the floor, you jump into what you have to share with us this morning.
Yeah. Well, Dr. Babutsky had a lot of, she says, more people, more bad news is, show them what's actually happening out there. This is a little bit of that with a tinge of goodness on it. But this is an overlay of all the U.S. states with all the countries in the world. And it shows what their 7-day average is for new cases in a day, normalized by population. So you can see, Guam is up there right now. We're maybe around number 10. And that's, if you treated all states like countries, that'd be around number 10 in the world in terms of how many cases are being testing positive every day. And we're kind of sitting at this 50 cases per 100,000 people. If you look on the left side of the screen, that's where we've been for the past couple weeks. And we even seem to have peaked and plateaued a little bit and coming down. And that's a very good news. And it's pretty astounding to see, even a week ago, we were probably 6th or 7th in the world in terms of this rate. But some other countries you see, especially in Europe, are rapidly increasing. And it's really amazing that you look at Czech Republic and Belgium, they're over twice as many cases per day per capita as where we are right now. It's just astounding that they're being hit so hard right now. Something interesting about this 50 cases per 100,000 mark. I mean, there's not many times in the history of the pandemic so far this year that many countries have exceeded that. And this is really the first time we're seeing as many countries as this going past that. And look at North Carolina and South Carolina, they're just barely behind Czech Republic and Belgium up there. So it's, for context to see how we're doing compared to the rest of the world. Unfortunately, we're not the same. We're a smaller country, but I think you can see that we don't compare very favorably when it comes to how we're performing. This next slide, this is a graphical representation of what I've been trying to predict based on the cases we're getting every week or two, and trying to say, okay, if it takes 2 to 3 weeks for a death to show up, how many might we predict a couple weeks from now? So you can see in the actual deaths here is in the orange, and the blue is what the calculation has come out has predicted. And so it's been fairly accurate. I think I mentioned the actual deaths are outpacing, at least last week, are outpacing the calculated by about 4 or 5, but it's still fairly close. And remarkably, it's been a fairly linear progression since about mid-August when our second wave started to increase. If we increase at the same linear rate, which would really assume that we have the same number of cases per day and within the same distribution of ages, then you can see if you extrapolate out towards the end of the year, we'll be at somewhere around 150 deaths, and that's just the reality. I think that's kind of what Dr. Pobutsky was referring to. This is where we're at. If the cases get skewed more towards the older ages, then we're going to see more deaths than the line here. If we get more cases than 80 per day, we're going to see more deaths than the linear line here. But we had the last couple weeks, there was a higher percentage of people over 60. There was a few in their 80s and 90s, and those numbers matter when it comes to the prediction. So you can see it in the dark blue line, or kind of goes up above. And that calculation is really based on, again, how many patients are in their 90s, 80s, 70s, and 60s that are positive, and because the expected deaths within each of those age groups is different. So it actually, the prediction line here actually takes that into account. So she also mentioned this excess deaths things. I don't know, I'm sure they're doing some work on this as well too, but I looked up the data for the number of deaths in Guam for the past number of years, and you can see in 2019, about 878 deaths over the course of the year. If you take 2020 and you take the first 10 months through October, and you average the number of deaths per month, and you use that average for the next 2 months, November and December, this is what's predicted. So you're looking at 1,050 deaths over into 2020, and that's about 170 deaths over the 2019 number. So if the previous slide showed about 150 deaths are expected, and this is showing that we're going to have about 170 deaths, then there's a few deaths there that are unaccounted for. And there's 2 reasons for that. One is we're undercounting the actual COVID deaths. I know there's been lots of discussions, people thinking we're overcounting them because we're calling some deaths COVID deaths that aren't true COVID deaths, but then there's also arguments that we're undercounting them. There are people that have died that maybe are COVID deaths and we don't realize it. Yeah. So the other explanation is that these excess deaths are being caused by lockdown measures, and that's, we had a discussion a couple months ago about the suicides, and if that rate is increased, we have more suicides in this year compared to previously, that can help to explain this excess deaths amount. There's some countries that actually showing excess deaths are less than previous years, and we think that's because there's less deaths from other communicable diseases. I think we've discussed, other folks have discussed the fact that in the Southern Hemisphere, the flu season was practically non-existent in the Southern Hemisphere, and they've just gotten through their winter months. And I think most of the early indicators are showing that the Northern Hemisphere is going to be the same. Sure, there are going to be some cases, but compared to a normal year, I think the number of comorbidities and deaths from influenza, for example, are going to be much less. That's going to drive the total deaths down, and that's why in some countries that have a fairly good handle on their COVID situation, they actually have less deaths than expected. So that it makes the picture a lot more confusing. But I thought it'd be nice to at least show what's happening in Guam, and I think this is going to be a fairly accurate representation of where we're going to be by the end of the year. Right. More people are dying in Guam than in previous years, and I don't think there's many deniers out there. But
I know of one that tried to present this data and came to some harebrained conclusion that it totally conflicts with what you're presenting, and I would probably go with the doctor over a senatorial candidate.
Well, I'd love to chat with whoever that was and just see, where they're coming from. A lot of times people are well-meaning and we're all doing our own back of the napkin calculations. And sometimes with good intentions, we're making some errors in the way we're
this is a COVID denier. So anyway, but Doc, so given I'm looking at your chart there. Oh, never mind. That's cool. Let's go on to 7 day. Given the previous estimation of about 150 COVID infection deaths, this indicates either we are 1, undercounting true deaths from COVID, or 2, COVID is causing deaths that aren't directly attributed to infections. So which of those do you believe is true?
I think it's probably more. I'm guessing it's a little bit of both, but probably more undercounting.
Right.
I don't see any data yet that suggests that lockdown measures yet have caused a lot of death, but I think that we're undercounting. That number 2 actually should be 2A and 2B. 2A are the deaths that are being caused because people aren't going to get their regular health care, for example.
Right.
2B is that the lockdown measures and that's what's actually causing the deaths because of mental health illness and other things. So, but I think it's probably a mix of both. I suspect that we're probably undercounting. There's some people that are dying of COVID, actual infection that we're not detecting.
Yeah.
Which seems remarkable, but that's what we're seeing in other countries as well too.
Right. Do you think us not having a permanent medical examiner has any bearing on deaths, COVID deaths or non-COVID deaths being reported?
I certainly that would help. Yeah, I would think that would help us sort that out. But practically speaking, I'm not sure how relevant it's going to be.
Okay.
Just it's interesting to see the data and it helps to provide some context, right?
Okay. 7 day rolling new daily cases and case
so
positive rate.
This is a representation of So the blue line there is the positive tests that we've had, and you can see the second wave kind of hit and peaked towards the end of August, and then the hospitalizations in that wave peaked around the middle of September. So it was almost 2 to 3 weeks later that the hospitalizations peaked. Now, if you believe, which I think is true, that we're peaking now with this sort of third wave in cases, that when we're plateauing, then expect hospitalizations to continue rising. Now, how high? That's a good question. You can see the proportion, how high this hospitalization number was compared to the test. It's already higher than you might expect if things follow the last curve. But I would expect at least for another week that hospitalizations will continue to rise, and maybe even longer than that. So again, just some context and trying to figure out what we might expect over the next few weeks. So I think what they're doing and bolstering the GMH capabilities, even if it's just a matter of tenths, that's a good thing. And I'd also would venture to say, what's going to happen to the cases? Are we going to plateau and just stay at this level for a long time? That's possible. My personal belief is that it's probably going to start to trickle down slowly, and after that, the hospitalizations will trickle down. So if they just have to withstand a surge for the next week or two, perhaps with tents, it's going to be adequate, and with the extra bodies that they have. Any questions about that?
No, keep on.
Because you can see, at least for the past, almost 2 months now, our mobilization has been about stable. So despite any changes in the PCOR 1 restrictions loosening or tightening, there hasn't been a great deal of change in terms of people's behavior out there, and that I think that actually bodes well, because although we haven't really made any changes to our behaviors, the numbers are stabilizing, and that's important, because remember the first graph where you saw some countries just skyrocketing even after they passed the 50 per 100,000 mark, the CR is already leveling off is good. And by the way, another reason why I think that's the case is because of how many people in Guam have been infected so far. I think I've mentioned that before, but I think we're probably at the 26 to 27% mark based on some estimations. And just to show you again, the age distribution, the yellow down here is 60, and below that is over 60, so 70, 80, and 90. And the relative percentage over the past couple weeks did go up a little bit, and that's why I think the deaths over the next couple weeks will increase a little bit relative to the linear line. And Lastly, I know there's been a lot of discussion about the testing and what gets paid for. So it's been kind of a livid discussion amongst the providers about the governor's comments and whether they were made off the cuff. And she probably didn't intend to cause such a kerfuffle, but the actuality is it's very complex, and I tried to actually put down all the different scenarios.
What a classy way to put it, Doc.
You
Gov, you caused a kerfuffle.
You not have to pay, and to sort of off the cuff just say it's actually complex. And I think it would take this level of granularity before you could know for sure if we're based on the clinic you're going to, the symptoms you have, whether or not you have insurance. All those things matter in terms of whether or not you should have to expect to pay for your testing or not.
Can you give Jason?
That's all I have.
Yeah, can you give him your graphs, or did you already get them? Maybe we can share them in your presentation. I don't know how that works technologically, but Doc, closing comments here before we move on to our.
Good?
Yeah, we're good. Thank you so much for all the data, the presentation, Doc.
I think I lost you.
Can you hear us? How about now?
Yeah, I got you now.
Okay, so just in closing, Doc, what do you want to say to the audience?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I think we know a lot of the transmissions coming in from the home situation and family gatherings. So, I think thinking about what you're doing when you're with your family is important. I think mask use is great outside if people did it inside their homes as well. Of course, that's not practical. But just thinking about that concept of how close are you physically to your loved ones in your house, especially if they're extended family that you don't see and live with all the time. Maintaining a reasonable distance, not getting up close to kiss them, on the cheek, not hugging them. These are little changes that may make a difference, even when we are getting together, which we probably shouldn't be doing. But if you are, at least try to make some small behavior modifications that will decrease transmission while you're with your family and in those gatherings.
I actually had that conversation
it's
last.
easy to say don't gather, but yeah.
Was actually talking last night of trying to remember the last time I kissed someone on the cheek, because that's our traditional greeting. It's like, oh, hey.
Yeah.
Thank you, Doc. Appreciate it.
Yeah. And those are the little details that'll help. But yeah, thanks for having me on. And you guys have a great Friday.
Thank you. Have a good weekend. Be safe. There's virtual shrimp patty. You don't really look like a shrimp patty kind of guy, though. It's vegan. Air fried? Do you have any air fried shrimp patty?
No, I think Dr. Lombard would get down with some shrimp patties.
A nice hot taquiza.
He wants hot taquitas. Yeah. He's like, you should have come on yesterday.
Oh, man.
Okay, there you go. There you go. Okay. You take two then, Doc, okay?
Thanks, Doc.
We should get the data from Doc. How many miles do you have to bike to burn off a shrimp patty? I bet he's got a chart on that. All right, guys, thank you. It's 8:29. Quick break, and then we're going to just get right back into it with Dr. Michael from the Physicians Advisory Group next on the link. Good morning, Guam.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Uproar Race to 21 Challenge. 2020 is one year we can't wait to put in the rearview mirror. So lace up, get ready, set, and run to 21 with the Guam Rona Challenge. Join the virtual challenge starting now through December 31st. Go at your own pace and select from 100, 2, or the 300-mile challenge. To register, visit runtochallenge.com. Special thanks to KUAM Communications, Trench Challenge, and Kill Cliff. This is an Uproar event. Proceeds benefit the Special Olympics Guam.
I was superintendent of education for many years, and he was president of the University of Guam for a decade.
Together, we worked hard to extend opportunities from the youngest of our children to senior researchers at the University of Guam.
We understood that public service and the economy begins with education and returns to it time and time again.
But we're also partners in life, bringing together 8 children of diverse backgrounds, 14 grandchildren, and 1 great-grandchild.
I was born in Iloilo in the Philippines, and he was born in Tamuning, bringing together another combination of experiences which enrich our lives and our island home.
When we say si Jules Maasi
and maraming salamat po,
it is because we have been saying it all of our lives, not just during a campaign. I'm Robert Underwood, and I approve this message.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Pizza Report. Pepsi helps celebrate this tasty month with an easy way for you to win Pepsi and pizza. Post a photo of yourself enjoying your favorite Pepsi beverage to KOM News or Uno Instagram or Facebook pages to enter to win Pepsi and pizza from one of our pizza sponsors. Catch the Pepsi Pizza Report every Thursday on KOM News' The Link Morning Show and on the social media pages of KOM News for reports, tastings, and everything pizza and Pepsi.
When the health and welfare of our island depends on your representatives in the Guam legislature to make decisions based on facts and public input, you need truth to demand government accountability. You need leadership to advocate for your voice in government. You need justice to protect and defend your rights and precious resources. Senator Therese Terlahi's record is clear. She will continue to fight for your voice to be heard through truth, leadership, and justice. Number 10 on the Democrat side of the ballot.
I am Therese Terlahi, and I approve this message.
Read for my friends of Therese Terlahi for Guam. Miriam C. Terlahi, Treasurer.
For all of those who love this spooky time of year, KYM brings you an adventure to clear. Choose your path through a virtual trick-or-treat. Hope you get through it without too much heat. Go to KOM News IG for this fun and collect your prize when all is done. Take on this adventure starting October 26th and let this be your Halloween fix. It's fun for all in the family too. Happy Halloween wishes to them and to you. KOM's virtual trick-or-treat adventure is sponsored by McDonald's.
We all play a role in slowing the spread of COVID-19. We must continue to stay strong and practice everyday preventive actions to keep our island safe. Maintain a distance of 6 feet between yourself and others. Wear cloth face coverings in public settings. Wash your hands for at least 20 seconds. If soap and water are not readily available, use alcohol-based hand sanitizer that contains at least 60% alcohol. Clean and disinfect frequently used surfaces. Avoid touching your face. Stay home if you are sick. Help reduce the spread of COVID-19 by downloading the Guam COVID Alert app on the App Store or Google Play. Let's protect ourselves, our loved ones, and our communities. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please contact 311 or visit our website at dphss.guam.gov.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. One love. Come on, everybody. One heart. Come on, Guam. Come on, Jay.
And feel alright. Okay, and that's a heavy metal guy singing.
Yeah, let's not get together though, guys, because the COVID.
You know what? You know what goes really well with these kind of island vibes? A fresh haircut.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
Oh man.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
what we call a segue, a transition.
Yep. Let's bring Dr. Michael
Nice.
on.
Well done. I can tell you guys are pros.
Sorry. Yeah. Glad you got to visit the barber since we last talked.
Yeah, I need to make sure I start scheduling these haircuts way in advance.
Nice. Doc, thanks for joining us. Good morning.
Hey, morning, guys. Thanks for having me on.
We just had to throw in that little bit of One Love there. One Love Pediatrics, of course. Where you can go get tested for COVID. And is there a charge, Doc?
Oh, okay. So I'm glad you asked.
Yeah.
So for the clinics with Abbott's, my clinic included, if a patient is reporting any symptoms or has a true positive contact, there's not going to be a charge. So no insurance, but you need to get tested, and that's the thing. You have a medical need to get tested. There's not going to be a charge. If you have insurance, we'll bill insurance. I just found out that my clinic actually messed up a little bit. We were collecting co-pays, so we'll give those back. That's not a problem. And I think I saw a late article that was forwarded to me with Dr. Nguyen, who's trying to make some clarifications, and he did try to kind of delineate some of the non-medically necessary tests, travel clearances, for example. And so if that's the case, you can imagine, insurance isn't going to cover it. So then I guess that would come out of pocket. Although at our clinic, we don't necessarily charge for the actual test, but we charge for the clinical visit, just being there. So it's similar to if you came in for, a child came in for strep throat, if we do an extra test to get that, well, then you might have on your insurance, it'll say the clinical visit plus the strep test.
Yeah, I think that's what Dr. Nguyen said yesterday. He said that if you're going on vacation and you need to get a COVID test, you're going to get charged for that.
Yeah. And then, every once in a while, we don't have a whole ton of these anymore because most of the people coming in are symptomatic. But sometimes we get people who are they just want to know. And we ask them oh, any symptoms? Nope. Any contact? Nope. I just want to know. And we tell them that's probably not going to get covered. And there's a clinical fee. And for them, it seems to be worth it, and they're okay with that. But at least in my clinic, I don't know how, obviously I don't know how everybody else does it, but we try to be very upfront about it so there's no surprises.
Right.
And then, yeah.
What did you make? Were you able to catch the show? Did you catch the public health interview or Dr. Lombard's interview?
I caught the tail end of Dr. Lombard's, and the part where he was mentioning the hospitalizations, typically lag. That's something we've been seeing throughout the course of this pandemic. Yeah. And so, I definitely agree with that. I guess the question that we're all kind of, really need to know is this really going to drop significantly, or are we going to drop a little bit and then pop back up again? Yeah.
What do you think,
one
though,
thing
Doc?
we saw, well, one thing is, on Tuesday's meeting, we were really talking about the need for, getting the better messaging out to the younger demographic. They're not the ones that are necessarily coming in super sick, but they are the ones spreading it. And so we actually had a special guest. It was Kai Akimoto, Dr. Akimoto's son, and he was generous enough to volunteer his time, and he offered to help us set up a social media account that he'll mostly run. With some input, we'll vet the information and everything. So hopefully that'll make some headway with this. Mm-hmm. But I was telling Sabrina the other day when I ran into her, we tested a guy that was positive, and he was saying young guy, late 20s, and he was saying, the previous week we were having a staycation with some friends, and they all ended up getting sick. And I assume they're all in their mid-20s and they weren't wearing masks, and now they're going to all go back home and, put their households at risk. And that's, just multiply that by, 100, 200, 1,000 times, and, that's where we're at.
What about, did you guys meet last night, the PAG?
Yeah, we did. It was, it was a crazy busy week in terms of stuff happening at GMH and the meetings. And everybody looked just very tired. I mean, I know I'm feeling burnt out. And it was kind of the first meeting where we all just kind of went around and we're kind of checking in on each other on how we're doing. We did get some pretty exciting news though from Dr. Hancock. He was letting us know that Regeneron, the monoclonal antibody that President Trump had received, it looks like Guam is going to be getting a shipment of that in hopefully in about a week. And with this, it looks like if you give it to people early in the disease course, within 72 hours of symptom onset, it looks like it can help prevent hospitalization, which would be, such a blessing for us if, we can get a hold of that and really get it out there. The issue though is, it is a infusion, right? So it's not just a pill or anything. You basically need to go to a clinic, or I don't know. It looks like probably GMH or GRMC will be the one setting it up, and it's like getting a blood transfusion, except it's a monoclonal antibody. So I'm sure there's going to be a good number of people that might have a little bit of trepidation with something like that, since it's a little bit more invasive than just oral medication. But if it comes out and it works, and the study seems to show that it does, I think I saw 1.7% hospitalized versus 6 point something placebo. So, that's a pretty significant, significant advantage with this.
Right. Yeah, I think I was, I heard about it during the Guam Memorial Hospital Board of Trustees meeting earlier this week, where Lillian was saying that the Health and Human Services asked if GMH was interested in Regeneron, and she said yes, of course.
And in addition to that, we have the convalescent plasma that's available, and I think Dr. Ugin was saying we had about 20 units, 20 doses that's available. That one though, the research is still a little bit, it's not as robust as the monoclonal antibody, I don't think, from the last time I checked, which admittedly has been a minute.
We already got the convalescent plasma on Guam?
It should be. I donated some. So it's being held at I think the Naval Blood Bank. And it just needs to be released, I think, to us.
Okay. So the Regeneron, you said a shipment should be here in a week. Do you know how much?
So the government is paid, federal government bought it, but of course, if there's an administration, if somebody has to, hire a nurse to place an IV and, make sure people don't have it. So that might have a cost. I don't know what that's going to cost. I just saw on an article this morning, some other places were anticipating about 1,000 for it. And again, that's hopefully, that's going to go to insurance, hopefully they'll come in through that, or, Medicaid, Medicare. But I can, if we have a really person without insurance that needs it, I would hope that we would be able to get it for them.
Okay.
Because ultimately the savings will come down in that, now we have another bed that's open, and you don't have a hospitalization. So.
Right. Anything else from last night?
No, I think that's about it. Yeah, we were just kind of reflecting on the past last night, and I feel like our messaging has been pretty stable over the past few months, and our recommendations haven't really changed all that drastically. And so we were thinking of finally winding down from our twice-a-week meetings to maybe more as a as-needed basis, or if there's a specific clinical question or a clinical topic that needs to be discussed, then of course we'd be happy to get together. And so I'm kind of looking forward to getting a little bit more of my time back in, and hopefully a little bit more energy.
Right.
Yeah.
It's been a pretty exhausting.
Yeah, everybody's tired.
Months.
Yeah, COVID fatigue, they're calling it.
Have y'all heard any? Have you been monitoring the Department of Defense, the schools? They just started.
I haven't heard anything. I keep looking for any news, but today's their 5th day of school, right? They started on Monday. So I think it's going to be a little bit early for us to
Okay.
hear anything, but I'm sure if something happens, we will.
Yeah.
But yeah, I really, like I said last time, I'm really hopeful, cautiously optimistic that it's going to go really well. So, we can really alleviate a lot of fears in the community about sending kids back. Although, there's always the chance that it might not go okay. So,
Well,
best of luck to them.
yeah. Well, thanks, Dr. And also thanks for the mask that you gave us.
Yeah, those are really cool.
Yeah.
I had to Google how to
Oh, my
pronounce.
pleasure, guys.
Yeah, it's microbial or is it microbial?
Microbial is just the bacteria, but microbiome is in your gut. So
Well,
you
both
want a
are
lot
correct.
of good, healthy microbiome, very few microbials.
Right. Right on. Doc, thank you. Anything else? You good? You good already?
No, I think that's about it. Yeah, those were the major changes. The other thing, actually, one thing, not quite PAG related, but from the GMH side, woke up to a bunch of texts, some Facebook screenshots, I guess, of some of the intensivists that came through with the FEMA deployment. And it looked like they had some very positive and really glowing experiences about being in Guam.
Oh yeah. I saw that too, and we're trying to get that guy on.
So that's some good news. It's nice to hear.
Thank you, Doc.
Thanks, Doc.
There's
All
virtual
right, guys.
shrimp
Have a good
patty
Friday.
if you want to grab some on your way out.
Oh, thanks. I love them.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Who doesn't? Thank you, Dr. That's Dr. Michael One Love Pediatrics. We got to take a break. We're coming back with Sean Matthew Flores, who's an intern over the district. Court's kind of share his story with us, and excited about that. And then we've also got our One Micronesia podcast sneak peek brought to you by the Thrive Coalition. That's coming up. Curbside to Crib. We're breaking our fast with some beach and shrimp this morning, so we'll talk to you guys about that. And also, the American Red Cross is doing a virtual. That's how you guys should be doing this virtual concert. What is it, Bree?
Wait, American Red Cross?
Is it? Yeah, I want to say it's a virtual DJ dance party. Oh, American Cancer Society. My bad. As part of Think Pink here, and this is going on tonight. And so we're going to get DJ Lizea on to talk about this virtual dance party. Okay, that's the thing about doing things virtually is you can just go buck wild. You don't got to worry about droplets going on anyone's face.
Go buck wild. Wear whatever you want. Oh, don't worry.
Yeah, is buck wild still a thing? Go buck wild. Okay, it's 8:49. We'll be back with more of The Link right here on 93.9 The Breeze.
For all of those who love this spooky time of year, KYM brings you an adventure to clear. Choose your path through a virtual trick-or-treat. Hope you get through it without too much heat. Go to KYM News IG for this fun and collect your prize when all is done. Take on this adventure starting October 26th and let this be your Halloween fix. It's fun for all in the family too. Happy Halloween wishes to them and to you. KYM's virtual trick-or-treat adventure is sponsored by McDonald's.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
I was Superintendent of Education for many years, and he was president of the University of Guam for a decade.
Together, we worked hard to extend opportunities from the youngest of our children to senior researchers at the University of Guam.
We understood that public service and the economy begins with education and returns to it time and time again.
But we're also partners in life, bringing together 8 children of diverse backgrounds, 14 grandchildren, and 1 great-grandchild.
I was born in Iloilo in the Philippines, and he was born in Tamuning, bringing together another combination of experiences which enrich our lives and our island home.
When we say si Jules Maasi
and maraming salamat po,
it is because we have been saying it all of our lives, not just during a campaign. I'm Robert Underwood, and I approve this message.
Thrive, a coalition for a drug-free Dedido, is an active partnership of community members and leaders committed to a vibrant, resilient, and empowered Dedido. It takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Thrive with us. Find us online or email thrive@westcare.com.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. I did some growing up in one of those old tin houses. My grandma's house, Canany Road, Melissa, there was a hole in the bathroom floor, and it was a modular up on the cement blocks. We used to always look down at chickens walking by. Cool. It's like a glass-bottom bathroom in a way. Holla if you feel me on that. I know it's probably you guys.
Interesting because the glass bottom boat was like walking distance away.
Yeah, in Molesta they used to have that. It would go around. Remember that?
Yeah, well, our friend Tom Akigami, like he does a lot with sports,
right?
Sports tourism. And his dad, he told me the last time I interviewed him, his dad used to run the glass bottom boat.
That's cool. Yeah, that was awesome. Yeah. We should do more of that. Why don't we have more glass bottom boats?
That was the most insane field trip. If you were on Guam, to take the glass bottom boat out to Cocos Island.
Yeah.
Sounds like we should do a link on location.
I'm down. Not this week. I know the weather's crazy.
No, definitely not this weekend.
8:55. Let's go to the KUAM News Zoom room where we have Sean Matthew Flores standing by. He's interning at the district court, but there's a whole lot more to his story. We just found out, though, it's your birthday, Sean, so I want to wish you a happy birthday.
Happy birthday!
Thank you so much, Chris and Bree. I appreciate you having me on.
Yeah, totally didn't plan this birthday present for you to come on here, but hey, don't say we didn't get you anything.
Great birthday present. No, I can't complain.
Sean, let's and we'll go back into a little bit of your background, but tell us about what you do over at the district court as a part of their great intern program.
Sure. So right now I'm a judicial intern for the District Court of Guam. I also serve as their educational officer. So I assist them with their iCivics program. This fall semester, we actually were able to spearhead the first iCivics program with the Academy of Our Lady of Guam. So we're very excited about that. It's they're starting their first pilot iCivics course. So we're looking forward to see how that turns out. And then from here on out, it's going to be a semester by semester basis. In addition to that, I also assist with the chamber's staff. So we do research projects on behalf of the chief judge. We look at, just different ways we can help our community. I work closely with Stacy McDonald Flores, who I like to give a shout out to, who helped to coordinate the meeting this morning. So we do a lot of community outreach. We help with naturalization ceremonies. This past week, which is Red Ribbon Week, we actually helped to tell the stories of two amazing gentlemen, so Dwayne Calvo and Jesse Mendiola, who are really model citizens. They've been part of our DORA program, which is our drug offender reentry program. And it's just been a privilege to work with them and for them to really get out there and be a light out there for those who are struggling with drugs, with addiction, and to really be a success story and a model for them to follow.
Wow.
Right. Sean, I think this is kind of, in a way, a little bit full circle because one of our former reporters, Carmen, also interned over at the court. And I remember doing something with Judge Manabusa and Stacy had said, "Oh, here's Carmen. She's one of the interns." I was like, "Cool." And then next thing you know, she was working with us.
Yeah.
Yes.
So where are you? What school are you going to, and how long you been at the
I
court?
currently attend American University in Washington, D.C.
Nice.
So I'm studying a degree in communications, legal institutions, economics, and government there.
And so, how long you been on Guam? Or you?
So I've been here since May of of 2020. So I started my internship with the district court this past summer, and then I actually extended it until December because our school is staying online.
Right. And just looking at some of the background that our friends of the court had sent us about you, they described you as a very good kid, young, ambitious, super smart. As a little boy raised on Guam, they say you dreamed of being president of the United States. And then they tell us about your mom and cancer and having to move to Vegas just for better cancer treatment.
Yes. Actually, Chris and Bree, can you excuse me 1 minute? Someone's at my front door. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah.
And that's what happened.
Hey, that is a type A personality right there.
Right,
Multitasking.
It could be that $1 million check. You never know. All right, 8:59. Jay, are we doing the heavy weather briefing? What's going on?
Yeah, we're gonna try and make this work. Okay, so our Ken St. Nicholas is actually he is live streaming that. We're gonna have 2 live streams going on at the same time at least. So the heavy weather briefing again at 9 a.m. hosted by the Office of Civil Defense and Homeland Security to project and detail what is expected with the weather, as Landon said at the top of the show.
Right.
Next 18 hours are gonna be kind of funky.
Bumpy.
Right, Sean. So, was it the Jehovah's Witnesses?
No, it was actually my aunt. Oh my gosh, she's so kind. She actually just dropped me a birthday breakfast.
Hey,
my apologies about that.
Yeah. So let me ask you though: are you still dreaming of being president of the United States?
No, if it's God's will, if that that's what He wants me to do, then I'm gonna do what He wants me to do in this life to help to serve my fellow brothers and sisters, our community, and our nation. And if that's the path, then so be it. But I'm going to do what I can to make my own mark on the world and to ensure that I can give as much as I can in terms of service.
We're against the top of the hour, but I just wanted to, if you could, first tell us a little bit about yourself, your family, your upbringing, where you're from. And then if you could, maybe a message to some of the younger folks out there who are maybe facing some challenges in terms of going to college, pursuing their dreams in the middle of this pandemic, because Lord knows this is one hell of And speed bump is a mild way to put it, right? But there's a lot of kids who are trying to pull a W out of this big L we've all been dealt, Sean. So go ahead, tell us a little bit about yourself, your family, and then maybe a message to the youth out there.
Sure. So I was blessed to be born to my mom and dad, Vera Marie Roberto Flores and Ricky Manabusan Flores. I'm from Agana Heights. It's where I'm currently staying now. I moved to Las Vegas with my mom for high school. I was fortunate there to attend American Heritage Academy, where I graduated high school. And then I was also fortunate to start, I guess you could say, my entry into public service. I started interning for campaigns there, various different campaigns, a presidential campaign, U.S. Senate campaign, and a congressional campaign. And then eventually I went to Washington, D.C., to American University. I like to say that I went there to pursue my dream of public service. Before she passed away, I made a promise to my mom and a promise to God. I said, Mom, I want to tell you that I know the suffering you went through, but I'm here to tell you that throughout the rest of my life, although you won't be there with me physically, I know you'll be there with me in spirit and in love. And I'm going to dedicate this life to ensure that no one else has to suffer. And, that's what really drew me to pursue college there in Washington, D.C. It's where decisions are made. It's where we can really change and make an impact on the lives of others. And so that's what drew me to pursue a degree there at American University. American at University in particular, I told this to the admissions officer when they were asking, why American University? I said, it's because of your motto. It's a testament to the institution, to what you stand for, and to the community. And their motto is for God and for country. And, I think that's something that we quite often forget. We forget that in the midst of all this trial and tribulation, it's about serving Him. It's about serving our neighbors. And that's vital, especially now at this time. And so that's where I am today. With the pandemic, our school has transitioned to fully online classes. So I've been fortunate to be back here on Guam, my island community, and to, enjoy some time with my dad, my grandparents, and with my family. And, although it was a change to transition to online classes, and although it was, something unexpected, although this pandemic is unexpected, what I would say to the young children out there is life gives you many unexpected turns, whether you, lose your mom to cancer, or whether you have to transition throughout this difficult time of the pandemic, but count your blessings. I was blessed with an amazing mother. I always recall the memories that her and I share, and the lessons that she taught me, which accompany me throughout my life. And likewise, here today, although I'm not in Washington and although our school is online, count your blessings, because, you are able to be with family. You're able to spend that time with them, and, God willing, you can be healthy and safe and do so, and make meaningful memories through that. So, that would be my message to college students is, although life gives you changes and different turns, it's in those changes and those turns that you're able to transition into a pivotal moment in your life, and you're able to make a decision that will impact the trajectory of that life.
Good message, Sean. Amen, brother.
And that's a message not just for college students, just everybody.
That's for grown-ups, too.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And, hey, if you're not going to run for president, hey, maybe governor.
Senator even, whatever, yeah. Mayor, I don't know.
I know, yeah, mayor works too.
Well, they get paid the most here, so. Sean,
you.
Appreciate it, man. We'll let you go eat that birthday breakfast. Don't want it to get cold again. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
Birthday.
Chris, Bree, and Jason, you guys take care. God bless.
All right,
You too. Wash your hands. Stay home. There you go. A great message there, Bree.
Yes.
Life
What
gives
they
you lemons.
did. That was so nice to hear.
Life gives you lemons, make lemon finadeni.
Okay, and just
Okay, Jay.
not to take away from that amazing interview, certainly an inspiration to everybody. If you are interested, speaking of which, of the Heather Weatherby briefing right now, they are setting up for it. We've actually got 2 live streams going on right now. Ken St. Nicholas has the second one going. Are we going to jump into this one as well?
We can. Do you want to do that now, or you want to go? Are they ready to start?
No, give me a couple of minutes. Let me set
Okay,
up
so we're going to go.
We got food.
Let's go check this out here. Our curbside to crib this morning, Bree. We're going to pop up the menu. Curbside to crib, we do this every Friday in conjunction with our restaurant partners and as well as Stroll Courier Services, where they can drop, they're doing food, they're doing documents, they're doing all kinds of services with Stroll Guam, expanding upon their traditional ride sharing as a ride sharing app. It's a Stroll Courier, and as always, we'll have more info on that coming up. It's 9:06, and so our breakfast spread this morning, courtesy Beach and Shrimp.
And I think this is the
we have the
black pepper shrimp with steamed buns.
It's the Singaporean black pepper shrimp.
Oh yeah, that's
we've had this. This is awesome, and they give you these steamed. It's like bao buns. You get those for dipping. You can make a little Singaporean black pepper shrimp sandwich.
Comes with rice, and then it's a pound of lightly breaded shrimp stir-fried with onions. Oh my God!
That's all you need a lot of times. Get those onions nice and soft. Oh my God! Oh my God, Becky!
Oh my God! What? No! Oh man!
Oh man!
Dude,
bro.
Mrs. G was asking about that this morning. She's like, "Where was it?"
Oh man. Guys.
Okay, so we got some steak here too.
Yeah, it's not just steak, Bree.
Okay,
Come
sorry.
God, can't take you anywhere.
I know.
It's filet mignon. It's a half pound.
Filet mignon.
Filet mignon medallions.
And the cocoa shrimp.
Right. This coconut shrimp, man. Shout out to Lacey on the news team. I know she loves this. This is a half pound of filet mignon medallions. Okay, it's not every day you get to eat filet mignon for breakfast.
And of course, everybody knows the coconut shrimp.
Yeah, this is famous classic coconut shrimp here.
Comes with broccoli.
Yep.
There you go.
Got to get your broccoli, guys. And we popped the menu on here. They're doing all the delivery apps, and let's talk a little bit about this pound of lightly breaded shrimp, stir fried with onion and egg, and a spicy, tangy sauce with a touch of sweetness. They've got just all kinds of shrimp dishes. The black pepper shrimp, this is great. It's a full pound of shrimp, lightly breaded, stir-fried, roasted black pepper corns, garlic, ginger, and butter, garnished with green onions, of course, served with Chinese steamed buns and rice. And so these guys across the Flame Tree Plaza in Tumon, it's Beach and Shrimp, open 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. daily at 989-3224. So thank you again, Jen and the gang over at Beach and Shrimp. It's their 1 pound special. So each of this, a whole pound. Well, at least I know how much weight I'm going to gain. That's easy. A pound? Dude, give me all 3. I could drop 3 pounds by the end of the weekend.
So I guess you all know what to order for dinner tonight.
There you go.
Lunch.
Guys, so the half pound of tender filet mignon medallions and our popular coconut shrimp. This is a great special. It's $26.99. It's served with broccoli, steamed rice, plus you get that Thai chili sauce for dipping. Again, it's Beach and Shrimp across Flame Tree Plaza. That's across from PIC. 11 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. 989-3224. They have curbside service available, of course, and you follow them on Instagram or Facebook. Beachin Shrimp. That's BEACHIN Shrimp.
And this, of course, curbside to crib report is sponsored by Stroll Guam Courier. You can go to strollguam.com/courier for more information. You can also give them a call at 647-8765, or you can WhatsApp them at 682-9902.
And we're about to they're almost ready for this heavy weather briefing. Tropical depression at Sani 23 W. How close are we, Jay? Do we have time for another interview real quick, or? No.
Not if I'm in the middle of this one.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and throw to this live stream here. Our audience on Facebook, this is still going to be the link. We've got a few more things to do before the end of the show. But again, this developing situation. We started with Landon Idlett of the National Weather Service. He told us the next 18 to 24 hours, gonna be bumpy, and that's if the system continues on the same track. Of course, you know, this is our lives here, guys. We live through this. It could slow down, it could speed up, it could intensify. So these guys obviously taking this very serious, as evidenced by this heavy weather briefing that we're about to jump into.
Yeah. I mean, we're currently dealing with the pandemic.
Right.
And now, hopefully, everything will be okay. We should be okay. We're all crossing our fingers here. But definitely, this is information that you want to watch and to listen to closely.
I got a message. Keep saying, "Oh man," and steamed buns. All right. 9/11. Bree, you want to talk about our election coverage?
Yeah, our election coverage starts Super Tuesday.
Yeah.
You know, of course, throughout the day, we will have an update at 6 o'clock on our primetime newscast. And then we come back, oh my goodness, at 10 o'clock at night. And we'll go live for about 2 hours till midnight. And then we'll be having hourly cut-ins from the University of Guam, Election Central. I'm still waiting to hear back from GEC on what sort of access we're going to have at the tabulation center at UOG, because obviously they want to minimize exposure, because there's going to be a lot of people up at the field house as all the ballots make their way from all the different precincts. And, you know, when we spoke with Maria Pangilinan earlier this week with the media, she described the protocols that are going to go in place. But the heavy weather briefing is underway, so we're going to go to that now.
Okay, thank you guys. Again, this is the link. We're KUAM-FM in Agatna, Guam. We join in progress our heavy weather briefing. For Sabrina Salas, my name is Chris Barnett, and we'll be back.
This went out this morning between 7 and 8 o'clock this morning. This is the latest information on tropical depression at Sani 23W. At 7 a.m., it was located southeast of Guam near 9.8 north, 146.8 east, and it's starting to make that turn toward the northwest, moving fairly quickly at 15 miles per hour. We hope to see that gradual turn continue toward the northwest and thus keeping it south of Guam. So the overarching concern for this is that that turn is a little bit delayed and the track is a little bit right to the current forecast or northward of the current track forecast. So in this plot, you're seeing the blue hashed area those are tropical storm force winds of 34 knots. And we see that offshore and to the south of Guam, and we expect that to continue. The yellows and the pink colors farther toward the northwest, that's as this system is intensifying and will later become a typhoon over the weekend or early next week. So this is the overnight polar orbiting satellite pass. This is showing the wind speeds over the surface, and I hope you can see my mouse. This was taken around 9 o'clock, Thursday evening, not Friday evening. This is 9 o'clock Friday evening, showing the center of circulation somewhere just west of the atoll in Chuuk State here. It has since moved toward the northwest a little bit. This is a 7 a.m. position based on our 7 a.m. advisory. The concern is these stronger winds. The yellows, those are 20 to 25 knot winds over the open water, and the reds, those are 25 to 35 knot winds. Those are primarily gusts associated with heavy convection, eventually whipping around. And we're gonna see all of this drift our way through today and overnight tonight. Oh, there we go. So I'm taking a closer view of our 7 a.m. bulletin, and I'm showing you the wind timing plot for Northern Guam or Mauricio, that star right there. And this is what we're looking at. Our biggest concern are those 34 knot winds or 39 mile per hour damaging winds. That's what we base our tropical storm watches and warnings on. So at Mauricio, our closest point of approach, we're looking at late this evening, about 125 miles south of Mauricio. And again, this time is later this evening, but those 34 knot winds, they're still going to be offshore, about 53 miles offshore. If we see that curve toward the northwest occur later than currently forecast, these values, these distances will be a little bit closer. And thus, where our concern is, we are issuing a tropical storm watch with our advisory this morning. And that basically means there is a possibility of tropical storm force winds reaching Guam and the coastal waters later today and overnight tonight. So again, tropical storm watch means tropical storm force winds are possible, not expected, but they're possible as the system passes by. We're going to be watching this closely. Since we have a watch now in effect for Guam, we are updating our public and marine forecasts for the island every 6 hours instead of every 12 hours. And our public advisories, which go out every 6 hours at 8 a.m., 8 p.m., 2 a.m., and 2 p.m. We'll be issuing intermediate advisories every 3 hours between that. So we're going to be issuing more information out of that. And you can find this all on our webpage, weather.gov/GUAM. This morning, we had a number of advisories in effect for some heavy showers and thunderstorms that passed over the island around 6:30 this morning, including a severe thunderstorm warning that was for the heavier shower cell that moved over Jigo Anderson Air Force Base, where they did clock in a wind gust upwards of 50 miles per hour. So we will see those wind gusts through the day, tonight, and overnight with those heavier showers, because just a couple thousand feet above the ground surface are those stronger winds, and the heavier showers will bring those winds down to the surface. As far as rainfall expectations, this definitely does not appear to be a rain event for us. Looking at a 24-hour rain total now through midday Saturday, we're looking at 2 to 4 inches of rain, and a lot of that's probably going to fall today through midnight tonight. 2 to 4 inches of rainfall through Saturday noon. Locally higher amounts are possible, as they are with this case, and the key to that will rely closely on where the heaviest convection sets up in relation to the core of this depression, and also where the rain bands will set up. If we have a rain band keep south and offshore of Guam, our rainfall totals will be less. But if we have those rain bands start moving up over the island, then we can see locally higher amounts, upwards of 5 or 6 inches. Flash flooding is a possibility, as with every tropical system that moves through the region. Currently, we have no flood advisories, watches, or warnings in effect. We'll be watching that over the next 18 hours to see how that changes. And if we see a lot of inbound heavy showers and thunderstorms and convection coming toward the islands, we'll issue flash flood warnings accordingly. So again, not so much of a rain event with this tropical depression. And we could see the wetter conditions today and through the tonight hours with a drier Saturday. And on that note, we are looking at an earlier passage. This thing has been speeding up just a little bit. We are looking at that possibility of the last 1.5 days. Some of the models were bringing a passage early Saturday, while others were waiting for a passage Saturday afternoon. That timeline has been increasing. It's been occurring faster. We're looking at a passage now early Saturday morning or as early as tonight. So sometime the CPA will pass south of Guam anywhere from late tonight through early Saturday morning. As far as our forecasts, we are expecting seas to build through the afternoon, evening hours, becoming hazardous to small craft. So we could see combined seas out in the open waters between 8 and 10 feet, and they could be higher still south of Guam. For the surf will also build as the winds increase across the region. The swells start to pick up. Surf could become hazardous later today. Right now, we're looking at 7 to 9 feet. Surf along east-facing reefs, eventually spreading toward the south-facing reefs as this thing passes. That will generate a high risk of rip currents along east and south-facing reefs. And again, high surf advisories are not in effect, but that's possible later today. The winds will be increasing through the day. We've had a lot of gusty conditions with the heavier showers. We're going to be looking at sustained winds of 20 to 25 miles per hour with gusts to between 30 and 40 miles per hour. Locally higher gusts are possible with those showers. The next forecast cycle will be coming through later this morning. So we're going to be looking at the latest data from the models as well as the observations out of the water. We're also going to have new satellite passes over the region by midday. So we're going to have a better feel for what the winds are doing, as well as any further intensification with this depression. Current advisories, we do have a small craft advisory. Also, I believe the operations just issued a marine weather statement to include that tropical weather watch. That's all on our webpage. High surf advisory currently not in effect, but that's possible later this afternoon. The winds, and this is the key again, we have a tropical storm watch in effect for Guam and the Guam coastal waters. That's for the possibility of sustained winds of 39 miles per hour or greater. That is currently not expected at this time. So that is the key to this situation. As is the case with these developing situations, it's always very tricky for timing and intensities because these things tend to take their time to come together and start consolidating and then start moving through the region. So again, we have that possibility of tropical storm force conditions over and near Guam, but that is not expected at this time with the data and the models we're looking at. And again, flash flooding is a possibility if the heavy showers and rain bands set up over the islands. Currently, we have no flash flood products in effect right now. And this is just a summary. Tropical storm watch means damaging winds of 39 to 73 miles per hour are possible from a developing tropical storm. And for us, that's going to be within the next 24 hours. Is there a possibility of a tropical storm warning? Yeah, that's definitely possible. We're going to be assessing tropical depression at Sani through the morning and see how it's progressing, how it's consolidating, and if we have that need for a warning. At this time, I do not expect that to be the case for us, and definitely no typhoon warning. Go onto our webpage, weather.gov/GUAM. This is where you can find all of our bulletins. Go to our current hazards here on the center of the screen. Click on tropical cyclones. That's where you will find the public advisories, the intermediate advisories. As of 9 o'clock this morning, we should be issuing local statements giving more detailed weather forecasts and outlooks for what to expect on Guam. This is only for Guam because we have a tropical storm watch in effect. You're not going to see localized information on these bulletins for Rota, Tinian, and Saipan because they are currently not under a tropical storm watch. Again, that's only for Guam at this time. Also for the local forecast, we're issuing these every 6 hours. Click on forecasts in the middle of the screen and you'll find the Mariana Island forecasts, the surf zone forecasts, as well as Micronesia products and our discussion. These are updated every 6 hours. And then our marine forecasts also there for the coastal waters of the Mariana Islands. And then our Facebook page, which will be updating that through the day. So I don't know, am I taking questions right now or after the media?
Landon?
Yes.
Okay. So I recognize that most of the participants came in late, and I recognize that there's a limitation to the number of participants and some were not able to make it.
Okay.
I suggest that we don't take questions and answers at this time, but set up another similar call 5 minutes from now. Is that okay? So for the rest of the participants, if you were able to cover the entire presentation of Landon, please feel free to exit so that we can accommodate all others. We will set up a question and answer session later on this morning, specific for response activity coordinators. For our friends in the media, please centralize all questions to Jamie. And if Landon is available, we can also set up an interview with Landon via Zoom. We can accommodate that for you guys. Just coordinate with Jamie. Is that okay, Landon?
That works for me.
Okay, so for those who are able to cover the entire presentations, please exit. And for those who came in late, please stay on. We will start the next briefing in exactly 5 minutes from now. Thank you.
Okay, there you go. That was a live break-in there with the heavy weather briefing conducted by the National Weather Service's Landon Idolette, who we started the show off with this morning, Bree.
You're right, and there was definitely a change from when we last spoke with him because the National Weather Service has now issued a tropical storm watch. It is in effect for Guam, and what this means is that tropical storm conditions are possible within the next 24 hours. Again, a tropical storm watch has now been issued for Guam. Additionally, just trying to go through this. A small craft advisory has also been issued for Guam. It's in effect until 6 p.m. tomorrow. Conditions will be hazardous to small craft. Again, Guam, a national, what did you say? Oh, the National Weather Service has issued a tropical storm watch for Guam.
Okay. There's probably going to be some media thing later that obviously we'll get out to you guys. It's 9:27 right here on the link, The Breeze 93.9. We're going to take just a quick break and come back with more of the show next. Good morning, Guam.
For all of those who love this spooky time of year, KYM brings you an adventure to clear. Choose your path through a virtual trick-or-treat. Hope you get through it without too much heat. Go to KOM News IG for this fun and collect your prize when all is done. Take on this adventure starting October 26th and let this be your Halloween fix. It's fun for all in the family too. Happy Halloween wishes to them and to you. KOM's virtual trick-or-treat adventure is sponsored by McDonald's. Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Pizza Report. Pepsi helps celebrate this tasty month with an easy way for you to win Pepsi and pizza. Post a photo of yourself enjoying your favorite Pepsi beverage to KOM News or Uno Instagram or Facebook pages to enter to win Pepsi and pizza from one of our pizza sponsors. Catch the Pepsi Pizza Report every Thursday on KOM News' The Link Morning Show and on the social media pages of KOM News for reports, tastings, and everything pizza and Pepsi.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Pepsi Guam Bottling, a local company. We produce your favorite products right here on island, like Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Hanum, Chamorro Punch, Tropical Ice, and more. We've invested millions into local production and will continue to upgrade our facilities and provide local jobs so you can truly buy local. Our long history of producing the freshest and best products will continue. This is our vision. Pepsi Guam Bottling.
Thrive, a coalition for a drug-free Dedido, is an active partnership of community members and leaders committed to a vibrant, resilient, and empowered Dedido. It takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Thrive with us. Find us online or email thrive@westcare.com.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Yeah, we're on. Good morning.
Morning.
Hey, it's Friday. Yep, 9:30. Still COVID though. Friday, the 30th day of October. I want to bring on for our update here. Thank you again to Hospital Administrator Lillian Posadas. Where's that coming from?
Is that still the weather briefing? Are we still
No, we're
into-
not. Yeah. We got some.
Good morning.
Good morning,
Lillian.
Hi.
Okay, where's that coming from, sir?
It's on the iPad. Remember what happened?
Yeah, I got
last
to turn
time?
it. Hold on, stand by, Lillian. We're just gonna wiggle something real quick. It's 9:30, by the way. The show is proudly brought to you by Carrier at 647 Cool, the Thrive Coalition, where we're giving you a sneak peek of the One Micronesia podcast, IT&E, and Calvo Enterprises. We now go back to the KUAM Zoom room, where Hospital Administrator Lillian Posadas is standing by with our morning update. Lillian, there's a couple other things we wanted to share and talk to you about. There were some great Facebook posts from some of the exiting medical staff that came to the island to assist with the COVID response. We'll get to those, but first, if we could get to just the COVID census at the Guam Memorial Hospital this morning.
Okay. We are at, good morning, Guam.
Morning.
We are at 176 total patients, both COVID and non-COVID. But for COVID, we have 83 patients in the house who have COVID conditions. And of the 83, 12 of them are deemed ICU level of care. And of the 12, 5 of them are on ventilator support. We do have 10 individuals up at the CIF. That's our COVID isolation facility, which is really the skilled nursing facility in Barra Grande Heights. So that's where we stand right now in terms of our COVID census.
Have we had any deaths this morning or any deaths at all since the last ones that were reported?
No, not since yesterday. None through the night, and I haven't heard any as of this morning.
And just to clarify, because we had Congressman St. Nicholas on early this morning, he had shared with us that he is at the Guam Memorial Hospital. Are you able to tell us, is he in a COVID ward, non-COVID ward, or is there anything else you can share about his status, of course, without violating HIPAA or anything?
I know. I can't say much. He is here in the hospital, and his condition is stable. And, yes, he is with the other inpatients who are in the house with COVID condition. So we're maintaining, yes.
I'm sorry. So he's in one of the COVID cares units?
Yes, ma'am. Uh-huh.
Was he swabbed upon admission, and are you able to share that result with us?
I don't have that information. Okay. I'm certain that he was swabbed, because that's, our protocol is that they get swabbed.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What about the status of the, we saw the pictures, the beds out in the parking lot. We spoke to you just yesterday, I believe, about the tents. Can you give us an update? Has anything changed since yesterday?
Well, we've moved the warrior tent that was out in front of the ER next to there were 2 warrior tents in front of the ER. And so the one that the Guam Fire Department, we allow them to use for decontamination, that warrior tent, we moved it over to the courtyard area right next to the Z-Wing. That front building that has been condemned and not being used, and we're in the process of trying to get that wing demolished. So to the side of that wing, in the courtyard area, that's where that warrior tent got moved to. So the GFD will continue to use it to decontaminate. The second warrior tent that's still there in front of the ER, our plan is to replace that with a Blue Met tent, because the Blue Met tent has a capacity for negative air pressure. And so, once we get the Blue Met tents from, I guess when it's all cleared by customs, we will get 2. So one will be stationed right outside of the ER, kind of like over the overhang. So there's that protection from the rain and the wind, giving it a little bit more, protection from the wind. And if we need to move patients from that Blue Met tent into the facility, into the building, it's pretty much covered and rain will not hit the patient. So that's the plan, is that Blue Met tent that has a capacity of 10 beds. We're going to use that for COVID patients who come through the ER. The second Blue Met tent that as soon as we get it, we're going to install it and base it in the doctor's parking lot, where it has, it's kind of like an underground, but it's open in the Bay Area. That's where we're going to station that second BlueMed tent. Again, for COVID patients who are kind of like low level and, transitioning between the acute to the SIF or to home.
You mentioned.
So those are
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to ask about the tents that are currently up. You mentioned the Warrior tent. Are you going to have to take any of them down with this tropical storm watch that's been issued for Guam?
We're going to take as soon as we get the BlueMed tent, and we're hoping we get it today and we get it installed, we will take down the Warrior tent. Yes, absolutely.
Because the BlueMed tent is able to withstand the winds that a tropical storm would bring.
Right. Plus, it will be under that overhang.
Yeah.
Outside of ER, so there's a little bit more protection there. Yes.
Okay. I did also want to give you the opportunity, if you wanted to speak or give a comment on it, because we did get the release from NAVFAC Marianas this morning about the work that was done in conjunction with the federal government and the local government to make some improvements over at GMH.
Correct. Yes. We're really very, very grateful, very appreciative of the work that the NAVMAC and the NAVFAC and the U.S. Army Corps with the contractor. I forgot the name of the contractor.
Hanson Phelps.
It helps. Yeah. So they did an awesome job, augmenting and enhancing the electrical sources, the electrical circuitry on in Care 3, that's the 4th floor, and Care 4, where we house, the COVID patients. And so we now have the capability to, if a patient is on a ventilator and needs hemodialysis, we can keep that patient in those rooms without having to move them, to another area so that they can get their dialysis while they're on a ventilator. And if the patient, condition also then, gets upgraded to an ICU level of care, we can keep those patients there in those units. And so they've completed the electrical and the mechanical mission project that we had requested. And so they did a great job. And so, again, it just enhanced the safe environment for these patients and for the staff. So they did a really great job with that. Now we're in our conference call yesterday with FEMA and HHS, they approved our request for electrical augmentation in the Care 2 unit, because again, we're limited. We cannot, if a COVID patient is in there, receiving ICU level of care and on ventilator, and the patient needs to be on dialysis, needs to get dialysis treatment, we have to move the patient to another area again for dialysis. So with this request from the Army Corps, they're going to be here, I believe, if not today, then this weekend, to do an assessment of what needs to be done to then augment and upgrade the electrical circuitry system in that care unit. So once we get that done, we will definitely have a full-fledged ICU unit in that Care 2 for patients who need hemodialysis treatment.
Right.
Wow.
And they completed the other project 10 days ahead of schedule, and now you're jumping right into another one.
Yeah.
And to see the testimony and the posts on social media that no matter the challenges that are confronted at the Guam Memorial Hospital, you guys are just
we really, yes, and it's kudos and to our team here, the nursing staff, all the staff.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Let me share this, Lillian, because there was a couple posts that I saw that this one coming from Michael Swizzle, who was, a part of the group that came here to assist at the Guam Memorial Hospital with the COVID response. He posts on his Instagram, "I'm so sad to be leaving Guam. This has been one of the greatest experiences of my life, filled with highs and lows on the backdrop of true paradise. Thank you all so very much for allowing me to work together on your team. I appreciate from the bottom of my heart how you all work so hard to make me feel like a member of the team from day one. Not only do you practice excellent medicine here at GMH, but you do so with ferocity and passion for fixing your patients. against what seems at times like insurmountable odds. You keep fighting day after day for weeks on end. Furthermore, this is not just a single person or group. This starts at the operator who always cheerily answers the phone. Half a day, how can I help you, Doc? To the overworked facilities management team, the proning team, our wonderful and compassionate nurses, pharmacists who keep me on track, our incredible hospitalist team. I hope that my small contribution of time and effort can do some good. You're putting your very lives on the line in the face of the worst disease our generation has ever seen. You are true heroes. I will definitely be singing the praises of GMH when I return home to Washington State. And I will miss you all so much. I feel so unbelievably lucky to have friends that make saying goodbye so difficult. I hope to see you soon, and please visit when you come to Seattle. There was also another one, Bree.
This one is Raina Lynn. She had posted, now that I've had some time to reflect on my experience in Guam, and I've shared some of the adventures we were able to go on in between our crazy shifts, here's what we did here. Let me start off with these nurses, pharmacists, doctors, and respiratory therapists at Guam Memorial. They are the kindest, most compassionate, caring, intelligent, badass medical professionals I have ever worked with. They worked their butts off to do everything we could to keep these patients alive with minimal resources. As one of the doctors said to us, now you know what it's like to do everything with nothing. So thank you, GMH, for welcoming us into your family and everything you have taught me along the way.
There was another one here, Lillian, from Ryan. Ryan Cogdill wrote, last night was my last shift here on Guam. I don't know what I was getting into when I signed a contract to work here, but I'm sure glad I did. Even though the hospital runs out of supplies, the resources are very limited, and the patients are pretty sick, I feel that I've grown so much on a professional and personal level. The patients are truly grateful for the care that you provide and treat every medical professional with the utmost respect, often referring to me as Sir Ryan. Family is always at bedside here. It's rare that you see a patient dying alone, unlike the U.S. I can count on one hand how many drug-seeking patients I've had here, a huge contrast to the multiple a shift I usually have to deal with on the mainland. If we're out of gowns or snacks, yes, we do run out of gowns. Most of the patients here say, thank you for looking. In the U.S., if I were to run out of a ginger ale, all hell would break loose. Here, the staff often call the patients mama or papa and treat them as if they were their own family members. Working here reminded me of why I became a nurse, and I'm truly privileged to have opportunities to provide care to the people of Guam and the surrounding Micronesian islands. The shirt that I'm wearing says Aamti, which means healer in Chamorro, the local language, a gift for Nurses Week. Lillian, you know, it's so easy to just throw GMH under the bus, to just, you know, people out here are dividing our community by hating on this pandemic, by just doing everything they can to just sow dissent in what is at its heart a public health emergency. How does it feel to be validated by those people who come from off island, who come here, and they're all saying the same thing?
Yeah. You know, despite the criticism and the judgments, you know, our staff continue to fight this battle. And I'm sorry, but I'm breaking down because, you know, just to hear those very encouraging and inspiring feedback just validates that, you know, we're here to fight and take care of you when you come in. Yes, we're limited with beds, and yes, we're limited with resources, but, you know, we give our best. We give our heart. And it's just such a, I'm sorry, my heart is all welled up in my eyes because, you know, it's for the staff who really work hard here and risk their lives. And it's, you know, we're doing it for the people of Guam, not for anything else, but for the people of Guam. And so, you know, it was really just really great to receive that message and that feedback that, you know, what we're doing all along is the right thing and the best thing, given our limitations. And so, you know, for those who continue to criticize, you know, join us in this fight. The more we fight together, the stronger we are, and, you know, the more successful we can be in beating this COVID pandemic. And so, you know, that really is very heartwarming to hear and to receive. I'm sure that the staff.
Yep, Viva GMH.
Viva GMH and Viva Guam.
Well, Lillian,
Thank you for sharing that.
yeah,
And we sent you those those comments, Auntie Lillian, and everything, so you can share with your team as well, so that they can feel what you're feeling now.
And we
Right.
thank you, from the bottom of our
care.
hearts.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, it just makes me proud that people talk about the hospital and all the issues, obviously structural, resource-wise, but to get this testimony from people who are just coming from a much better situation to come here and say that our people at that hospital are doing the best job they can and doing better in a lot of ways than their counterparts in the states who have much more to work with. So, Lillian, God bless you. God bless GMH.
Yeah.
It's our people. Thank you.
And,
Take care. Stay safe.
You too,
I don't-
Happy
Lillian.
Halloween.
Happy Halloween. I don't know how you feel about virtual shrimp patty.
Sounds good.
All
Right on. Thank you, Lillian.
All right.
Esther,
Take
be
care.
safe.
Bye. Take
Yeah. 9:46. Man, that just.
Mm-hmm.
I told myself I wasn't going to cry anymore on this show. But
That hurt. That to see Lillian break down like that.
Yeah.
And you know what? The one thing that we've all seen is, we know that Lillian is a very, she is a nurse with decades of experience.
Yeah.
So she knows
Yeah.
compassion, she knows medicine, she has bedside manner. But she's also through this, she's been tough as nails.
Yeah.
I mean, she has not broken, she has not lashed out when it would be the easy thing to do.
Yeah.
And just to see her be like human, I mean, that that speaks to the heart.
And I mean, when you also consider that, COVID has run through so many of her staff, I mean, and it's that's definitely, I think that's a pat on the back. I mean, we talk about COVID fatigue. I mean, you guys are tired of staying home, get a grip. But these guys are, in there trying to save your lives every day. So check
and all
yourself.
they ask is for you to wear a mask.
And stay home and wash your hands and help them out. 83 people in the hospital. Come on, guys. Come on, Guam. Am I like that, Umbi? It's 9:47. We'll take a real quick break. We're coming back with Maria Pangolina and the Guam Election Commission. Last day to vote. Will this tropical storm watch affect any of the operations of the GEC or the election on Tuesday? We'll try and get an answer next on the link. Good morning, Guam.
For all of those who love this spooky time of year, KYM brings you an adventure to clear. Choose your path through a virtual trick-or-treat. Hope you get through it without too much heat. Go to KOM News IG for this fun and collect your prize when all is done. Take on this adventure starting October 26th and let this be your Halloween fix. It's fun for all in the family too. Happy Halloween wishes to them and to you. KOM's virtual trick-or-treat adventure is sponsored by McDonald's.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
Uproar Race to 21 Challenge. 2020 is 1 year we can't wait to put in the rearview mirror. So lace up, get ready, set, and run to 21 with the Guam Rona Challenge. Join the virtual challenge starting now through December 31st. Go at your own pace and select from 100, 2, or the 300-mile challenge. To register, visit runtochallenge.com. Special thanks to KUAM Communications, Trench Challenge, and Kill Cliff. This is an Uproar event. Proceeds benefit the Special Olympics Guam.
We all play a role in slowing the spread of COVID-19. We must continue to stay strong and practice everyday preventive actions to keep our island safe. Maintain a distance of 6 feet between yourself and others. Wear cloth face coverings in public settings. Wash your hands for at least 20 seconds. If soap and water are not readily available, use alcohol-based hand sanitizer that contains at least 60% alcohol. Clean and disinfect frequently used surfaces. Avoid touching your face. Stay home if you are sick. Help reduce the spread of COVID-19 by downloading the Guam COVID Alert app on the App Store or Google Play. Let's protect ourselves, our loved ones, and our communities. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please contact 311 or visit our website at dphss.guam.gov.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Pizza Report. Pepsi helps celebrate this tasty month with an easy way for you to win Pepsi and pizza. Post a photo of yourself enjoying your favorite Pepsi beverage to KOM News or Uno Instagram or Facebook pages to enter to win Pepsi and pizza from one of our pizza sponsors. Catch the Pepsi Pizza Report every Thursday on KOM News' The Link Morning Show and on the social media pages of KOM News for reports, tastings, and everything pizza and Pepsi.
These are some of the signs that someone is thinking about suicide. Talking about wanting to die, excessive guilt or shame, and feeling like a burden to others. Feeling empty, hopeless, trapped, or having no reason to live. Feeling extremely sad, anxious, agitated, or full of rage with unbearable emotional or physical pain. Other signs include changing behavior such as making a plan or researching ways to die, withdrawing from friends or saying goodbye, giving away important items or making a will, taking dangerous risks such as driving extremely fast, displaying extreme mood swings, eating or sleeping more or less, and using drugs or alcohol more often. If you or someone you know is showing these warning signs, get help as soon as possible. Call Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center's crisis hotline at 647-8833 or 4.
Good stuff. Good morning. By the way, it's 9:53 Friday. Let's go back into the KUAM News Zoom room where, yes, there's a lot going on. There's also an election in progress. Maria Pangilinan from the Guam Election Commission. Maria, I know today's the last day for in-office voting over there. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, in-office absentee voting, 9 to 6, third floor GCIC building. No appointments necessary. Is everything still in play with this tropical storm watch that's been issued for the island?
Yes. As you know, today is the last day.
Yeah.
So tomorrow, what we do is go service the homebound voters.
Right.
That's our plan tomorrow, and to finalize the voter registry, which is an indoor activity. The servicing homebound voters, we're keeping close tabs on the weather forecast.
This includes people who are in isolation and quarantine, right? And possibly even those at GMH.
Yes, we are taking calls. We are making calls, and we're working with the same Lillian Posadas. We're working with her to service the patients at GMH.
What about the Super Tuesday? Is this weather going to throw any kinks into your plans to prep for the election on Tuesday?
Yeah, well, you tell me. What is it looking like for Tuesday? As far as I know, closest point of approach is tomorrow.
Yeah. I'm just saying.
No, I think he meant like with the weather. If you were planning this weekend, is going to hamper.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Chris, one of the things we're doing is setting up canopies for curbside voters at all the 22 polling sites. So, we're checking with the mayors because most of them are being set up by the mayors to see. Some of them had planned to set it up. Some of them are already set up. And I'm sure they are looking into the weather forecast as well. Other than that, and homebound voting, we're all indoors up until Tuesday morning.
What kind of night are we going to be in for Tuesday as far as results go, Miss Maria?
Your guess is as good as mine,
Aye.
Chris and Bree. We're trying really hard. We're keeping open lines, conversing with our precinct officials to make sure they're confident about about their processes come Tuesday. As you know, one thing that's going to be different for them is instead of receiving 10 or 20 absentee ballots, they're going to receive it by the hundreds.
And I don't know what I was thinking, but I was telling these guys like, oh, it's going to be an early night because there's not going to be a lot of voters coming out. It turns out that's probably.
Yes, so we already have over 11,000 voters that have voted.
Right. That being said, Maria, I mean, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what kind of turnout are you expecting on Tuesday?
You know, I haven't updated with our Commissioner Jerry Crisostomo and the Democratic Party. They seem to be putting it out. One says 60 to 65, and one says 55 to 60, all in the same range, right? Or close range. And so I think we have 20% already, maybe, that have voted. So I'm not the predictor, Chris. I'm not the one that says how many are going to show up, but I do listen and figure and ask, and I ask the powers that be what they think. And so anywhere from 55 to 65,000 percent, Chris.
Sorry. Okay, just checking. So yeah, we had 11,000 people vote so far in a normal election year. Like, let's just say the last midterm election. What was the number of voters that came out?
I think it was about 30,000.
Okay.
In a gubernatorial, it goes up to about 37,000.
So that's what I mean. We've already had 11,000 some cast. Do you think that we're going to get another 25,000 at the polls on Tuesday?
I don't know. You're better at it than me. And as an optimist, I'm saying, let's go get them. Let's go get them to come out. But most important, let's go get them to come out here today at 6 o'clock until 6 o'clock.
Just to kind of take some of the weight off Tuesday, right?
Yes, our curbside line is around the buildings.
Wow. Miss Maria, again, not asking you to predict the future, but when we do go out to vote on Tuesday, what is going to be the protocol for lining up to vote? And how much of a delay do you think it's going to be if we've got, obviously there's going to be 6 feet apart?
Yes. So we've done our best to prep the polling sites. Social distancing marks are going to be are down at the entrance of the polling site and at the entrance of every polling room. Voters will be screened at the entrance of the polling site so that precinct officials do not have to worry about that. Our extra help, our additional election workers will be at the entrance of all the polling sites to screen our voters then. We're trying very hard not to have a DFS line or a Ross line. We'll see, and we will keep close tabs. We have staff here who will go out and help come election day. We will be here at 4 o'clock in the morning on Tuesday to load up the ballots and to make sure that the police officer is with them as they go out to the different polling sites. They will be there at 5:30, and we will open the polling rooms at exactly 7 o'clock for our voters.
Miss Maria, forgive me if this is a dumb question, but is there going to be any curbside option Tuesday at the polling sites?
It's not a dumb option. It's one way to, Chris, to minimize COVID for those people have been asking us constantly, will there be curbside at the polling sites? Yes, the wait may be longer there. The wait is long here now. Like I said, the curbside line is around the buildings. But upstairs on the 3rd floor, there is no line. There is no wait. So our staff are down there inviting our voters to see if they want to come in, walk up to the 3rd floor, and get out of here in 10 minutes.
So yes, there's going to be curbside Tuesday.
Yes.
Okay. So you're going to be able to stand in line the old-fashioned way, and then also do like a drive-through curbside voting.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Miss Maria.
And that's what the. Go ahead.
No, you first.
And that's what the canopies are for.
Okay.
To make it to try to make it as efficient as possible.
Right. What's the thoughts and the feelings of your staff, Miss Maria, as we're going out to do this election? I mean, we canceled the primary under conditions that weren't as serious as this general election. In terms of the COVID numbers, the deaths, the test positivity rate, the massive widespread community infection. So what's your staff thinking about Tuesday and the days leading up to this?
Well, Chris and Bree, maybe the problem is we don't have time to think. We start early in the morning, every morning. We don't finish until I leave here at 10 o'clock, and the staff are still here reconciling, cleaning up, prepping for the next day. So honest to goodness, I think one of the things is, and as we deal with our COVID patients, we're saying, it's not overwhelming, but it's really cool because we still have our staff who will say, yes, we'll do it. We'll do what it takes. And that's what we're trying to do with the resources we have.
Right. Miss Maria, just going back to the curbside, is that going to be for Manumco only?
No. We encourage it for the Manumco and the persons with disabilities and those with medical challenges. We highly encourage that they be the only ones, the curbside lines. We don't want to make Tanana wait. Wow. Junior is still in line, sitting, enjoying his music or his video games. If you can, please walk into our polling rooms, and so that we can make our election day efficient. Again, we will be watching. We have election workers. They have a continuous line of communication with Election Central here at GEC, here in Hagåtña. So as the calls come in from the precinct officials, we will send people out to assist them.
Thank you, Miss Maria.
Dumas. 6 o'clock tonight. Just come on down. Bree and Chris already voted. Did Jason and Joseph vote already?
Is there any way I could go back and edit my ballot?
Yeah, and when you're done, you can make your way over to the AG's office, all right?
I don't want to do the whole thing over. I just want to add a couple of things to it. All right. Okay, Miss Maria. That's the only thing about voting early is something might happen after you vote, and you're like, damn it. God bless you.
Chris and Bree.
God bless you and your staff. Be safe. We'll be praying for you guys. Okay, adios. That's Maria Pangilinan. Guys, let's get on a DJ. God, I hope I'm saying this right. Is it DJ Laziel? Lazea. There you go. We'll get her on here as our friends over at American Cancer Society. It kind of gave us this. It's a little last. It's a little last minute, but there is a virtual DJ dance party tonight. Anything we're doing here with music and DJs got to be virtual. So American Cancer Society, it's going on tonight. There's a live stream. You can donate, win prizes, 8 p.m. Chamorro Standard Time. But it's headlined by Lazea. And we have DJ Lizea here. Good morning, DJ Lizea.
Good morning.
Tell us a little bit about what to expect tonight with the American Cancer Society's virtual DJ dance party.
Well, it's a music experience benefiting those affected by cancer during COVID-19. It's just something we really want to do for our community. I will be DJing alongside with my fellow Mixed With Us DJs. So we have 4 other DJs, DJ Dragon, Lucy Skuma, Sunny G, and Luna Kays. And it's just because during this time, cancer patients are isolated. They're concerned about delays in treatment and their immunity. So we just want to give them hope. And throughout the stream, we'll also be giving away a ton of prizes from our sponsors.
That's great. Can you tell us a little bit about those prizes?
We have a lot of gift certificates, and I guess I just like to shout out for our sponsors. So it's Alter Ego Entertainment, FitFix, Rendezvous, Kinfolk, Rocket Ride, Wise Owl Animal Hospital, eCusina, Vape Armory, Curated Beauty Supplies, Selena's Beauty Works, and Guam Artist Network Group. So we just have a lot of merch and products from all those sponsors.
Right on. For the people attending the virtual DJ dance party, obviously Halloween themed. Are you guys, the DJs, going to be in costume? You want people coming to dress up too?
Yes, I will be wearing a little costume, but we're also, because it's October, so it's National Breast Cancer Awareness, so
Right.
we'll also be doing the pink theme.
Right on. Give us the rundown again. It starts at 8 to what? Like question mark, question mark, question mark?
Probably 11, around 11.
Right on.
8 to
Okay.
11, and it's tonight, Friday, 8 p.m. tomorrow Standard Time.
There you go.
And the link will be on my Twitch. It's actually my first Twitch live stream. So the link will be twitch.tv/Lizea, LEZEAH.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Lizea. Appreciate your time and coming on and sharing this, and you're doing good work for American Cancer Society.
Thank you.
Okay. Wash your DJ hands. It's 10:08. Jay, yeah. Jay.
Oh yeah, I want to.
Okay. Yeah. What's up?
I want to keep the positivity coming. I actually put it in your folder. It's called the Acts of Love one. This one's less than a minute long, but I want
Yeah.
to show you guys something because we put it on
Okay.
Instagram. A lot of people are watching it. The junior class over at St. John's School, right, not exactly across the street, but kind of down the street from us in Upper Tumon, they were challenged to take part in something, and they had this activity called Do Something for Acts of Love. And that's the only parameter. They just said, give back, show somebody in the community that you care about them. And the junior class put together this little presentation, and we want to show you guys exactly who they had to thank. So it's called Acts of Love.
All right. Then we're coming back.
Oh, are we gonna go to that?
Yeah, we're gonna go to that. Then we're gonna come back. Go to the
It's
one
real quick. It's like
Micronesia.
39
Yeah.
seconds.
Okay, but can we just? I just wanted to
Do whatever you're
recap.
gonna- yeah.
I just want to recap
Yes.
the heavy weather briefing.
Please.
A tropical storm watch has been issued for Guam. Guam Homeland Security, Civil Defense, and weather officials are closely monitoring a tropical depression at Santi. As of 9 o'clock this morning, again, NWS issued a tropical storm watch for the island. This means that damaging winds of 39 to 73 miles per hour are possible from a tropical storm or developing storm generally within 48 hours. During the heavy weather briefing this morning, Landon Idolette from the National Weather Service says that tropical storm winds with sustained 39 miles per hour are not expected but are possible if Santi deviates northward in its track. According to the NWS, east winds becoming southeast are expected by tonight between 20 to 25 miles per hour with gusts up to between 30 to 40 miles per hour. Combined seas of 5 to 7 feet today will build between 6 to 9 feet this evening and peak between 8 and 10 feet overnight. 6 to 8 feet surf along east reefs will build to between 7 to 9 feet tonight. There will be a high risk of rip currents along east reefs and could later extend to south-facing exposures. Meanwhile, a small craft advisory is currently in effect for Guam until Saturday, 6 p.m. A high surf advisory is not in effect at this time, but according to NWS, it could be possible later today and that there will be high risk of rip currents. Residents with canopies up or candidates with political signs posted are advised to take them down.
Take them all down.
Take them down as a precaution.
Thank you. Just leave them down. It's 10:09, so yeah, we'll play this little Acts of Love put together by students at St. John's, and then we'll come back We're actually going to take a break right after this, and then we're going to come back and give you a sneak peek of the One Micronesia podcast right here on The Link. It's The Breeze, 93.9. Good morning, Guam.
GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
From the class of 2022.
From the
bottom
of our
hearts,
we
want
to thank
the teachers, the office,
staff,
the custodians, and
all
the faculty for
all
that
they
do to
make
sure that
we go to a school
that's safe,
clean, and where we are properly
taught. We
thank you for
preparing
us for the
where we will embark on our
journeys ready to face
the world.
For all of those who love this spooky time of year, KYM brings you an adventure to clear. Choose your path through a virtual trick-or-treat. Hope you get through it without too much heat. Go to KYM News IG for this fun and collect your prize when all is done. Take on this adventure starting October 26th and let this be your Halloween fix. It's fun for all in the family too. Happy Halloween wishes to them and to you. KYM's virtual trick-or-treat adventure is sponsored by McDonald's. The Christmas Pops virtual holiday shopping fair is coming on Sunday, November 29th. It's the third annual Christmas Pops event with local artisans, crafters, and businesses in a reimagined and safe way for you to shop. As many small businesses struggle to survive, the call to buy local is greater than ever. To learn more and participate in this one-of-a-kind multimedia marketplace event on the stations and digital platforms of KUAM Communications, bringing together the island's biggest array of local vendors, email bettyann@kuam.com or visit kuam.com. Presented to you by Stroll Courier. Get all your packages, documents, and gifts delivered island-wide. Visit strollguam.com/courier and book a delivery today.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
The holidays are almost here, and we could all use an extra dose of cheer and joy this year. So, we're breaking the rules and giving you a holiday head start on Breeze 93.9 FM. Throughout the months of October and November, listen to the special holiday head start blocks of all the season's favorites from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. and again from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Let's try to make spirits bright and make this the most wonderful time of the year. Happy holidays from Breeze. Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Pizza Report. Pepsi helps celebrate this tasty month with an easy way for you to win Pepsi and pizza. Post a photo of yourself enjoying your favorite Pepsi beverage to KOM News or Uno Instagram or Facebook pages to enter to win Pepsi and pizza from one of our pizza sponsors. Catch the Pepsi Pizza Report every Thursday on KOM News' The Link Morning Show and on the social media pages of KOM News for reports, tastings, and everything pizza and Pepsi. The Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Shopping Fair is coming on Sunday, November 29th. It's the third annual Christmas Pops event with local artisans, crafters, and businesses in a reimagined and safe way for you to shop. As many small businesses struggle to survive, the call to buy local is greater than ever. To learn more and participate in this one-of-a-kind multimedia marketplace event on the stations and digital platforms of KUAM Communications, bringing together the island's biggest array of local vendors, email bettyann@kuam.com or visit kuam.com. Presented to you by Stroll Courier. Get all your packages, documents, and gifts delivered island-wide. Visit strollguam.com/courier and book a delivery today.
Breeze 1017. We got a special birthday shout out, Bree.
Yes, we definitely do. A happy birthday to Shauna Siana Mari. I thought it was Shauna. Shauna Mari. Happy birthday.
That's coming from Daddy Joe, sir, and the whole KUAM Link family. Guys, it's been a great show. Miss a link, miss a lot. Bree, what were some of the takeaways this morning?
Let's see. It was a lot.
Yeah, it was, definitely.
And, you know, we started off with Congressman Michael St. Nicholas, who actually came on the air, which was I'm glad that he did.
Yeah.
You know, was able to tell his side of the story and what he thought was just politics. You know, with his admission into the government isolation facility yesterday, which he posted on Facebook that was where he was at. And then now he's over at the Guam Memorial Hospital 4 hours into being at the isolation facility. A lot was said this morning and a lot of reaction to it from Carlo Branch and then Congressman Robert Underwood.
Yeah.
The Guam Memorial Hospital, there's 83 people hospitalized over there, 12 in ICU, 5 on a ventilator, 10 in the SIF. And, you know, for the first time, I actually saw Lillian Posadas really emotional about all the kind words that were said by these nurses that came to Guam, and now they're, back home or on their way back home, and they had nothing but positive things to say about GMH and their colleagues and the nurses and doctors there, because no matter the challenges that they face, they still do their job, and they do it with compassion. And so that's always good to hear that, we have just amazing people over at GMH.
I mean,
that sacrifice their lives every single day.
I mean, I'll put our people up against anybody else from anywhere else in this world, and I know that our people will go toe-to-toe Bree, we're going to close the show here with the segment sponsored by our friends at the Thrive Coalition, where we remind you it takes a whole village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. It's Victorious Falon's One Micronesia podcast. Okay, my favorite podcast in all of Guam. It's a unifying podcast. It brings people together. And he's got a great episode here, Bree.
Yes, he does. And before we let you go, just a reminder that there is a tropical storm watch that is in effect for Guam. If you have tents, canopies, or anything like that up, please, you're advised to take them down. Any loose debris outside your home, secure it. And for all the candidates out there, if you have signs, you're advised to take them down.
Yeah, take them down, please. Just leave them down. A little bit about our next segment this week. KUAM's Victorious Falon has an extra special episode of his One Micronesia podcast for you. He's literally gotten the band back together again, reuniting one of Guam's most popular singing groups, the Kids from Chook. The quartet that started out as an a cappella group at Sanchez High, now all grown up, making their way in the world, but still honoring their Micronesian heritage, their culture, and proudly representing their 671 home. Guys, Halloween weekend, we heard it from Dr. Felix Cabrera, the Physicians Advisory Group. Just stay home. Yeah. Okay.
Do something with your kids.
The rampant community-wide spread infection. It's just crazy. Hospitalizations. The virus is real, and you could get it in very easy ways. It's crazy. So just be safe, guys. And we leave you again with this One Micronesia podcast episode. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Thank you guys so much, Link Fam, for watching, supporting, commenting. Our viewers on KUAM TV, thank you. Jason Solis, Joe Sir, Kengineer, Master Control. Remember, we got your 6 with our KUAM News Primetime broadcast. Hasta. Adios.
Bye.
All right, guys, half a day, and welcome to another episode. All right, guys, half a day, and welcome to another episode of the One Micronesia podcast. And ladies and gentlemen, this episode is it's going to be a very special one because for me, it takes me back in time to 4 years ago, and then also getting to catch up with them. I think pretty much what's the question on everybody's mind is what happened to Kids from Chook. What are they doing now? How is life with Kids from Chook? So ladies and gentlemen, on the podcast here, I have TJ, I have Tak, I have Hanson, and unfortunately Chris couldn't be with us today, but Kids from Chook in the house, in the podcast room. Thank you guys so much for joining me, man.
Of course. Shout out today to everyone. Thank you, Vic. Thank you, Vic, for having us, bro. It's a pleasure always.
Hey, anytime. And like I said, it's been a long time coming. It's something that I've always wanted to do when I first started the podcast, to get you guys on. Unfortunately, when I started the podcast, the groups kind of spread out. We'll talk about that in a little bit and find out how you guys have been doing, what happened after graduation. We'll get to that in just a little bit. But it was something that I wanted to do. I wanted to get you guys on and just talk life, man, and talk music. And I know we caught up a couple times before you guys kind of split up. I know you guys came on the show. We did an interview before a big event. I forgot what event it was, but I know that was the last time I caught up with you guys. And then after that, it was just like I was just lost, and I was just kind of from time to time I've always thought about what's Kid from Chook doing. I hope they're okay. When's the next song gonna come out? So this is the podcast, so we kind of get down to business and just talk all of that. So before we start talking about what's happening now and what happened after graduation, for the people who don't know who KFC is, let's go back in time. How did it all start?
How we started? Wow. Wait, first, go ahead, Hanson. You could go ahead and share that.
Okay. It all really started back in high school in our choir class, and our honor choir class, La Voce, from Simon Sanchez High School. With our high school teacher was our choir teacher was Miss Yuki Shin.
Shout outs to Miss Yuki and La Voce.
Yeah. What up, Yuki?
Honor choir, Simon Sanchez. Shout outs to the Sharks.
Yep. It all really started off with actually with TJ and Tak. Miss Yuki actually told them they had like missing another voice or another performance. Like they just needed more.
We just needed another harmony, honestly.
Another harmony.
We were like, 2-part harmony is fun, but what about 3?
How about 4?
Yeah, and then Chris walked in like right after we called Hanson in, we're like, hey, let's try out with a third harmony. Chris walks in immediately right after. And then we're like, you know what? Let's try with a fourth harmony. Why not? Right. Chris comes on in, and, you know, it's crazy too, because it just so happened that we were the only 4 Chuukese students in that class. And so, like, it's the type of class that you got to audition for. You know, you have to pretty much really practice to be a part of. So once we started our group there, our teacher just really motivated us to just continue to do our music. Our school was behind us. It really started with our school community, and that's when we were confident enough to at least release it and let it out, really what we had.
That's amazing. And was "I'm Gone" the song that you guys you know, sang in that choir? Was it? How did that come to be?
That was actually the Christmas event coming up, and Tak and I and Chris and Mo, we decided to sing a gospel song because it was a Christmas event going on. So yeah, that was like the first song that we ever jammed together. You know, it always started off with that gospel music, and I guess that was just like our bread and butter throughout our whole, you know, our foundation of our music. So,
and since we jammed that, like once we started jamming after that Christmas performance, it was immediately after, or not too long after, it was our sister's wedding, where we all were like, she asked us to perform for her wedding, and then we're like, all right, not a problem. So we performed, and then throughout that time is when we just started jamming out, like, you know, just like usual jam sessions in the island, where you just hang out, where with the barbecue or anything, everybody's just hanging out, jamming the ukulele, live music, and then that's when everyone started coming out with verses. Mo came out with the chorus, and then we're just like, all right, let's feed off of this.
Yep. And we went to work.
Yeah, pretty much since then it just sparked and went on from there.
So that's crazy, bros. 2016 happened, and 2016 was honestly a crazy year. A lot of things went down in 2016, and then you guys, or one of the big things that happened in 2016, of course, before we at KYM got you guys on for, you know, Live Local Fridays, there was a lot happening, especially for our community, our FSM community here on Guam. And we saw so much happen in 2016 that I think nobody's ever experienced over any year. You know, we saw a lot of criticism. That was the year when everything was just you know, on a downhill.
Yeah.
So it was those issues and everything that was getting on the news, FSM being on the front lines, and all the criticism. You guys happened in 2016 was, and I know you guys know this, and I know a lot of people in every interview you guys have gone to have told you this, you know, it was the spark of something new, a spark of a new beginning and a way forward for everybody, all our FAA citizens here on Guam. So you guys started it, and I think the cool thing about 2016 was nobody thought it was going to be a group of 4 kids from Chuuk. Everybody was looking to our government. Everybody was looking to our leaders in Pohnpei to help us. Nobody knew.
You're making me teary-eyed, Vic.
No.
I gotta do that to us.
I'm being for real. Nobody knew that just 4 kids from Simon Sanchez, who had harmony, would come out and start something beautiful. And